city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtrothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is July 2nd, YC128. This is the Eveners Show! Welcome, 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 guys. How's it going? Settle on in. Let's get situated. We do have quite a bit of ground to cover today. We have a little bit of news to cover, but today I do want to do my part 2 presentation. Last week, we did part 1 of the story of the... Excuse me. Sorry, hold on. Like, I had this great thing where as soon as I started going live, I had this, like, frog in my throat. I'm trying to work through that now. Live, which is the best way to do it. So today is going to be part 2 of that story. So last week we did part 1, which was basically Templar 1, but from specifically the story of Mens Repula, because what we're doing is we're exploring this conspiracy that has seemingly been here this entire time involving Mens Repula. And I think that going through all of this is going to be extremely useful as we get to next month and, well, actually, I guess this month, right? Yeah, because, I'm sorry, next week, when we have the Avalon Vanguard playtest. I do want to point out that, oh my gosh. Hold on. So there are, I got asked the other day where the lore for Vanguard is. There is actually a Vanguard website, which you can see here. And it does have a few very short chronicles, but we're not there yet in the story. So I just wanted to make sure that people knew, because I said before that you kind of have to go to the Discord in order to get all this stuff. They have started putting it on the, at least some of the bits of it on the on their page, but it isn't, like, obviously there's a lot more to go cover before we even get there. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go get a cough drop real quick to see if that helps. I do not know why my throat is more sticky than normal, I guess. All right. So, but welcome in, guys. We do have a little bit of news to cover before we jump into the lore story. We have patch notes. So the patch notes for the last few days, like, there wasn't any big news today, but there has been some big news since the last time we talked. So we've talked about the military campaigns and how they got rebalanced. I am actually very concerned about some of the military campaigns. I feel like some of my fears about all this has been starting to realize as some of these new projects are so quick to be completed. I'm afraid of people missing out, including myself. I actually have there's been so much going on in my real life and other stuff like that, and trying to get the editing done for the part 1 Tibus Heth video, or not, men's video. I don't know. I hope I'm not falling behind in military campaigns. We're going to jump into them more at some point soon, but I definitely wanted to get today's story about Heth out of the way. As far as the theaters of war goes, Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this right now. I'm actually interested to know what you guys think about how things are playing out when it comes to the military campaigns. I see several of them are now finishing very, very quickly because of the number of contributions that there are. I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about it all. But that is not the patch notes for today. Today we get, or well, today and yesterday. So there was a change to the Elite 10 site in Faction Warfare. So this is one of the several new sites that was introduced as part of the this expansion, and it is the Tactical Destroyer or the T3 Destroyer site. So it allows anything from T3 Destroyers on down within the site, and it also is the one that gives you 3 random effects. It's pretty good. I mean, like, as far as, well, we'll get into this in a second. The rewards for it are incredible. Now, granted, this is just a normal faction warfare site, so there is a question about, like, if you are going to use a T3 destroyer, realize that you're going to have a lot of difficulty getting into a lot of other sites. You can only get into mediums and above, and only advanced sites. So no Navy sites at all with your T3 destroyer. But also, T3 destroyers are very effective at doing, say, the faction warfare missions. So one of the use cases of these Elite 10 sites is you could theoretically, which they're not Elite 10 anymore, spoilers, but you know, you can jump into the faction warfare mission to do it with your T3 destroyer, and then while you're there, if you happen to find one of these things, you could just run the site really quick. They were worth a lot of rewards. I'm pretty sure it was like 45 million or 45,000 LP. And again, that rewards to every single person in the site up to its maximum contribution. But some of that has changed. So let's look at this right now in the patch notes. So the payout scaling for the maximum number of players has been reduced from 10 to 5. So now it is now considered an Elite 5 site instead of an Elite 10 site. That's probably good. I mean, the site can be run solo. So it just kind of became an opportunity for people to pack a bunch of extra people in order to get LP. For Alpha Tune, how's DA reward? What do you mean by DA reward? If you're talking about the military campaigns, I mean, the the military campaigns have gotten a lot better in their rewards for sure. Okay, so reduce the number of NPCs present from 6 to 4. That's important because, you know, they were balancing it around 10 people being in the site, but often there weren't 10 people in the site. So it was kind of a big ask to cut through all of those people or all those rats. And so they've reduced it down by a third. They also take more than twice as long to respawn. So now the site will be a lot quicker to complete. It also has an additional effect of the site. So it's got the 3 different random effects, but then also now it gives a 500 bonus to shield, armor, and structure hit points. As of right now, or before this change, there wasn't that much of a reason then just there wasn't that much of a reason to bring Tech 3 destroyers over Tech 2 destroyers or something else into the site. So this is designed to give a special bonus just for Tech 3 destroyers, because up until this point, the only real reason why it was special was because they could use Tech 3. You could use Tech 3 destroyers. But the issue with a lot of these sites, and faction warfare in general, is like, it isn't just about running one site. When you decide what ship you want to bring out into the war zone, you usually want to bring something that's compatible with as much as possible so you can run whatever happens to be there. So either you're going to need to be able to switch out your ships pretty frequently, which is a thing to do in faction warfare, or have a ship that's more generic. So you know, if an Algos Navy, for example, can run both small navies, the normal smalls, and as well as the elites, then why wouldn't you use an Algos Navy versus, say, a Hecate, right? So now there's just a straight up bonus for using the Tech 3 destroyers as well, just to give you more reason to use the Tech 3 destroyer instead of a different ship within that site. We'll see how that goes. Now, the other one, the bigger change, was battlefields. We've been talking about this for a while. We've talked about this since it was created. You know, there's the balance of power between seagulls and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, FC has made a change as we led up to the expansion to make it so that the penalty of shooting somebody within your own militia has been greatly increased than while doing militia stuff. So like when you're in a plex or in a battlefield, if you kill a militia member, they have raised that penalty up quite a bit. And they've actually lowered the penalty a little bit if you attack a militia member outside of the context of faction warfare, outside of a plex or whatever. But the point is that they've increased the penalty of standings if you shoot an allied militiaman. And at the same time, with this expansion, they've also made it so that if your standings get low enough, you get kicked out of the militia, even if you're in a militia corporation. You can no longer rely on the militia corporation's combined standings to keep you protected. Once you hit -5, you get kicked out completely. And so even from your own corp. So the concern was that this greatly increases the capacity of seagulling, right? Seagulling is the process of people coming into the site, and rather than contributing to the site, they rather just kind of sit at the edge and just soak up the rewards of finishing the site while not contributing anything to its own success. And this has been an issue in faction warfare forever. Plex, you know, people fighting over LP and plexes and stuff. Battlefields definitely made this situation far more intense because, you know, instead of like lots of sites over time, battlefields are these big sites with these huge rewards. And so this idea of people coming in and seagulling and taking the rewards from the enemy taking rewards from ostensibly their own allies becomes a bigger and bigger issue, especially when, for instance, enemy militia members can roll their own alts into your own militia, and like, so rather than fighting you over the battlefields, they can just extract the wealth from it and make it so that it's not valuable to you to complete. Now, it isn't quite as bad as, say, Pochfin, because you're still going to want to like win or lose the battlefields based on the impact it has on victory points, on advantage, etc. So as like a group that's trying to like participate in faction warfare, you definitely want to win battlefields over lose them. But it becomes very discouraging to be able to just send in a bunch of guys to overwhelm the number of people within the site, therefore take a chunk of the payout and therefore make it less rewarding to the people who are participating in it. So FC made a fix to this to try to make it so that more of the rewards were actually in the form of these drops. So these freighters would spawn and you kill the freighter, and inside the freighter would be drops that then like that would have some value to it. So a huge chunk of about, as you can see here, 2/3 of the value of the site was removed from the payout and was put into the form of these freighters. And they've changed it a couple times since Cradle of War, like as we got closer to this and as Cradle of War came out. But ultimately, I always thought it was a bad idea. In the end, it's a bad idea. So it's just been completely reverted. And as far as I understand, FC does not have a solid plan. They don't have a plan B for what to do about battlefields. So at this point, battlefields are like the seaguller situation is what it is. I mean, there are, to the faction warfare people complaining, there are solutions to the problem. You can bring in neutral people in order to function as security for your seagullers. You could also just not really worry about it as much. Now, granted, there are multiple levels of this. You know, if somebody brings in, if a guy shows up and just takes some credit, that's not a big deal. If 50 people come in a bunch of condors or something, then that can be a huge effect in people's reward and payout. So this is definitely not the end of the story. Faction warfare pilots are definitely not happy about this solution, but clearly the direction that FC was going didn't work, made it worse, in fact, probably, and therefore it has been completely reverted. Very interesting. We're going to have to keep an eye on this as time goes on. Then slightly increase the NPC respawn timer for the Scout Basic 1 Occupier Spawner with a slower respawn timer for NPCs when offensive plexing for better balanced OPEX versus deplex time. So the Basic 1 is another one of the new sites that only spawns in Frontlines that is designed for only combat and attack T1 frigates. So no Navy frigates, no T2 frigates, no E-War frigates, no support frigates, just the attack and combat frigate for each of the base empires. So that'd be like the Tristan and the Atron for Galente, for example. So this site had it's much faster spawning. It has a 5-minute timer. It has a good reward payout, but it has the more rapidly spawning NPCs, because so it really makes it so that your capability of fighting, like your ability to kill the rats quickly, becomes the biggest determiner of how long that site takes to finish. The timer is fairly short, but the respawns are pretty like rapid. So a few weeks ago, or like earlier, there was a fix because their micro warp drive was making them too fast and too hard to kill. That got fixed, but still, it appears that they want the site to be a little bit more forgiving when it comes to how long it takes to be able to complete. And so by doing so, they've made it so that they've increased the respawn rate of the rats. So now you're going to get less rats spawning within that window of time. So you'll be able to complete the full site a little bit quicker, hopefully. The other piece to this, though, is the fact that so when you are offensive plexing, then the rats in the site are defending the site. And when you're defensive plexing, the rats that you're fighting are the offensive side. So when you are offensive plexing, so the rats are defending, they actually undock from the central hub, which makes them get on grid very, very quickly. They undock, you can immediately lock them and attack them. But if you're defending the plex and the rats are attacking, then they warp in from off grid. And the problem with that is that as they land and that stops the timer, but then there's usually a few seconds before that rat finishes landing and starts moving before you can target it and attack it again. So there's like an extra 5 or 6 seconds for the offensive rats versus the defensive rats for how quickly you can begin to start engaging them. And so to that end, they've made it so that they've slowed down the respawn timer a little bit more for offensive plexing. Wait. Nope, that's the opposite of what I was thinking. I was thinking that because of that, they would slow down the timer for defensive plexing because the rats warp in, and that keeps it time for longer. But no, this is actually if you're offensive plexing. So if they're undocking, I wonder if that just makes them come onto grid too quickly, because if they're warping in, they actually spawn somewhere else and then warp in. And so that kind of makes it take a little bit of extra time for the whole thing to process. Whereas if they just spawn right there, then they're there right now. And so because of that, the whole thing kind of happens a little bit faster. So they've actually had to slow down the undocking rats to make it so there's a balance between the time between waves in offensive versus defensive plexing. That's what I think is actually happening here. And Sutonia says, it's because the NPCs spawn in space and spend 20 seconds warping in before they arrive on grid. So yeah, I'm right. It's basically to compensate for the extra time that is taken for the offensive rats to get to the site. So they had to slow down the defensive rats a little bit to make it so that they match. And then you no longer need to set safety to red to use micro jump field generator modules in low-sec, since these module effects don't cause suspect or criminal flags even when they affect other players. They are now usable with fully green safety. That's the micro jump field generator. So that's the bushing system, right? So command destroyers and carriers and such, being able to forcibly move other players. Normally it does take a timer, or like it takes a safety setting, but now it doesn't. And this is actually really handy to me. There has been some times where like this is the reason why I would go red is for a micro jump drive. and then forget to turn my safety back to green, and so later on get concorded, a few hours later. That has definitely happened to me. So I like this. This is a good change. And then the FanFest skins, the Forever Creative skins, are now out. But I do not believe that they've been delivered to the people that were at FanFest. Not a big issue. Fixed an issue where saving new custom probe formation would break the probe scanner account. Why? That sounds bad. And then the Alliance Incorporation emblems have been added for the Shaprash and the Sybil. And that's it for this one. And then today, they added in a bunch of new billboard advertisements. It's actually really interesting. You can go into HoboLeaks right now, and you can go see all of the billboards that are up. In fact, they've even put in, it looks like they put in ones that were already there before. Oh, of course, now that I'm trying to do this, this isn't going to work, is it? Oh, yeah, it does. Cool. So there is a total of 53 now different billboards. A lot of them are made by players. We can see like this is Fun Inks. But what I found interesting was that there's a lot of them that were already around, right? So like, for instance, this one was already a billboard. So I'm not sure if they just deleted all of the previous ones and then put in a new set, including ones that used to be in there, or whatever. There are a few of these billboards, though, that are kind of interesting based on what the story or the news that we're going to be covering today. But yeah, nothing too fancy with that. There's some typos and stuff that don't seem very like not that big of a deal, although this R&D story about the cloaking device is kind of interesting, but I don't even know where this text comes from with Operation Doorstop or whatever. We also see in the patch notes the pop-up list of viable systems in the opportunity window now lists the object it's connected to and refreshes when jumping through stargates. Huh? Wait, does this fix the thing that that I've been worried about this whole time? So if I go here and I just like say, I mean, oh, hide seems good. You all push pump. Oh, this is the pop out, right? Yeah. Oh, yep. See, so now it lists the objective that's that it's tied to, and I can even close this window, and I can hit this, and it opens back up this window, which is kind of cool. And it shows the list of systems. So it's not exactly what I was looking for, but it is good. Uh, 20 seconds, that's like 100 AU away for 5 AU frigate rats. Yeah, no, Malak does make a point that it's a lot of it is the time is taken in and out of warp. Do we have any improvements on new player retention now that we have a new region? We would have to, like, at this point, that would just be tea leaves. I'm sure CCP has some early, like, information, but actually, I don't know. Let's go look. So with EVE Offline, we can see that there has been, like, it definitely went up when well, hold on, that's 6.9. We want, yeah, this is past month. Never mind. So that's, but we have seen that, like, you can see that it is a little bit higher, right? Like the average, I don't really have like a good track of it, but it does look like things did go up. And you can even see it more from like the past 6 months. It was down here, and now it's up a little bit. So the number of new players coming in per day has seemingly ticked up at least a little bit, which, I mean, isn't that unusual for an expansion. But I'm not sure. When did the expansion happen? It was on the 9th. So you can see from here, I don't know. I mean, numbers seem to be a little bit better, but again, like this is definitely tea leaves. It feels a little bit better, but it's going to be way harder to tell. The thing that I have been keeping an eye out for and have not yet seen, which again, we haven't quite gotten there, is, you know, I talk to a lot of new players all the time, and I ask players about what is your Eve story? And I've yet to start seeing people come in that's like, oh yeah, I came in, I started at Exordium, and then blah, 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 blah. Haven't really seen that happen yet as much. Again, everything's very, very new. So we probably will see that over the course of the next several months or whatever. If you are, I mean, please shout out below in the comments or in chat if you are an Exordium baby. That would be amazing. I'd love to hear more about it. I mean, there are other metrics I could probably start to look at, like how many different, like the amount of activity in rookie help chat, et cetera, et cetera. At this point, any opinions I might have on that would be completely anecdotal at this point, though. I'm not 100% comfortable with saying too much quite yet. And then campaign objectives that have been completed globally no longer appear in the active tab. Does not feel like it's in the correct direction, but okay. And then fixed an issue where compare tool showed lower inertial values as red instead of green. This is actually something that's pretty common, or not common, but there is a few times in the compare tool, because it just tries to look at like negative values as being red, positive values being green, but something like a lower inertia value is actually good. So it was backwards in that, so they had to fix that. The new tracking enhancer that also helps reduce the capacitor cost of your lasers was still working. That bonus was still active even when the module was offline. Not that relevant, because like honestly, you still want it for the tracking computer. You would even still want it on. This isn't about it being off, not as in not active. It's about it being offline, completely shut off. Which, I mean, it's definitely a flaw. It shouldn't be doing that, but I mean, like, it's not like the end of the world for anybody. And then fix an issue where some Angel Cartel NPCs display the incorrect cruiser icon task. And yeah, we already looked at the active tab. So that's it for the patch notes. And we can see that here is the cap needed bonus effects laser online. This is the new effect that they had to add in order to fix the tracking enhancer. So it's now there. Yeah, make sure to mine Plagia class. We need it for the Galente. Hold on one second. I do want to show off a couple other things before we jump into the big topic of the day. Two websites that I want to show off. The first one, this one's kind of cheeky. Flashbang warning. My son today sent me, he's been working on coding, and I just wanted to show off. I know I love bragging on him. So he made his own clicker game. He's been making this clicker game in various different environments, but now he has done it in a browser. So now with just sending me the HTML file, the CSS file, and the JavaScript file, I was able to run this. So now we can just click on this. When I get up to 15, I can click this to get higher score, and that raises up its cost. And then when I get to 50, now it'll auto-click. Very, very proud of him. Wanted to show this off. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. And I can't wait to keep showing you guys cool stuff that he makes. Anywho, but speaking of cool stuff that people make, I also wanted to show off. There's another fella who I've been working with behind the scene for the last few weeks by the name of... Oh no. Lucius. Yeah, we're just going to go with Lucius. So I wanted to show this off. He's been working on this for a little while. I've been giving him my advice for it. This is the evetether.com website. I'm not going to post a link right now because it's still in early testing. But if you are interested, we have a Tether app channel now in the Discord where you can talk to him and you can get access. He is now opening it up a little bit more. He's looking to get a little bit more feedback in this. So I just wanted to show off that like this thing is actually getting pretty cool. It lets me keep track of my wallet. It lets me keep track of all of my skill queues, my asset. It has a whole asset search. So for those of you who don't want to necessarily get like Jave assets or whatever, this is the ability to pull your stuff and search for stuff, even things that are fit potentially, which is pretty cool. Now, obviously, I have a lot of assets, so it's going to take a little while for it to fetch. But we can also look up the combat logs, so you can see all your losses and kills and everything and other stats. And then there's even like the ability to manage your corporation projects, which I think is pretty cool. There's a market browser system if you want to look up the market orders and stuff. And it's really cool because you can put up hunts for this stuff, and it even hunts for good opportunities for you. I'm kind of curious as to what the rules are for where these things come from, but they're looking for good market opportunities for you. So there's a lot of great and build opportunities. So it's looking at your different blueprints that you own and looking for things that might be a smart idea to build. That's pretty cool. It also keeps track of all your industry jobs. There's notifications for when your industry jobs or for different things are completed, like PI and jobs, etc. You can keep track of all your PI colonies, your mining ledger, all your mail, and then with your settings, you can make it send notifications, etc., etc. It's a pretty cool tool that's being worked on, and he's finally ready to show it off a little bit. So, like I said, if you want to check it out, go ahead and hop into that channel in our Discord and say hi, and he would love your feedback. All right, I think that wraps it up for the basic maintenance stuff for the day. See, EF has a tutorial with a to-do list on the left, so you can't get good old Eve to have such a feature. I say if noobs are challenged to T0 to T6 Abyss, retention will go up. Well, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of the point of a lot of the new activities and Exordium and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's there. Is there? Actually, now that I think about it. There is an achievement for the Abyss, right? Enter the Abyss. Yeah. You'd have to complete 200 abyssal runs. So maybe this could require a little bit more like granularity or choices or like things to get potentially. But you know, there are some directors towards the Abyss. I do think that the Abyss is a great place for new players to learn how to fly, for sure. All right. Well, so today we started our stream outside of the Operation Highlander battlefield, and that is very relevant to today's story. See, 200 Abyss can be cheesed by 200 T0 Abyss? Okay, what's wrong with that? That's not cheesed. That's getting somebody to do 200 runs of the Abyss. That's a lot. That's a lot of commitment. All right. I do agree that it would be, well, hold on. Epic Art, Combat Sites, Combat, Abyss. Yeah. No. They definitely have it. See, complete a tier 0 Abyssal Dead Space Combat Site. Why is this not? Enter a tier 0 Abyss Dead Space Combat Site. Complete it. Complete 5 tier 0. Kill 30 Triglavian enemies. So yeah, you're right. It doesn't ask them to step up from T0, but it at least very much gets them introduced to the concepts of the Abyss. And by the time they've done 5 tier 0s, they should be pretty comfortable with it. And I feel like they will either want to commit deeper to it or not be interested in it by that point. It would be nice to make it so that each tier of the Abyss had its own like thing, if anything, just so you could show that you've done it. Yeah. Well, you can send me a screenshot in Discord. For the Galente, yeah, we need to mine Plagia class, which is in high security space, so it's not too difficult to mine it. You need to mine just over 1 million units, and we need just over 1,800 people to complete the maximum amount for it to be completed. You've got 10% of it mined total so far, so you've still got time, but only a couple of days probably. What is this screenshot of? Is this something you're trying to share with us? This is what he sent me. Looks like it's a Phoenix Navy issue docked outside of a Fortizar. Seems exciting. Hey, 07 hobby. Needs better lighting. Well, yeah, I mean, that is potato mode. All right. Anything else before we jump into the main topic? Anything else before we jump into the main topic? I still owe somebody a skin. I'd have to look up exactly who it was that won it. But if you did win that Ishikone Raven Scorpion, you need to hit me up. Keep feeling like I'm missing something, but either way, we're gonna jump into it. We have a giveaway now? No. I did a giveaway last week, and it hasn't been resolved yet because the person hasn't given me who to give it to. We might do a giveaway tomorrow. I don't know how the streaming tomorrow is going to be. If there's news tomorrow, I definitely will. If not, I'm not 100% sure. But Hobo Leaks, was that all? Well, there was the patch notes. All right. Oh, was that all in Hobo Leaks? Yeah. There wasn't anything too exciting that jumped out of Hobo Leaks today besides those billboards. Oh, you know what? What I will cover though, I will cover this a little bit today, but it's kind of out of phase, but it is worth noting. Okay, so last week a bunch of stuff got added, and Vanguard is coming on the 7th. Yeah, yep. Wait, hold on. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, maybe. No, is it Singularity? Hold on. Ah, there it is. So last week, 6 days ago on Singularity, they patched in what looks to be the Vanguard event. I know. Look. The problem is I have a browser plugin for dark mode, but it often makes things look like it doesn't work quite right. Maybe I need a better one or something. But yeah. All right. Either way, so there is a Vanguard event happening on the 7th. And this shows that there will be an in-game component to it, like an in-universe or in EVE Online component to it. Now, this is not the one that's going to tie into the military campaign. The Vanguard playtest that ties into the military campaign is going to be the next one this fall. But this one is going to be tied into the Avalon story and is a big turning point for the Vanguard soldiers. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the topic of today because that really is part 3 of this story. Today's story is going to be about Tibus Heth, so really focus on 2013 and kind of the ending of the Dust 514 story. You see, Ash actually goes outside for dog walks, and so he doesn't have our gamer eyes. I mean, you're not incorrect. I do go for quite a few dog walks, but I wear I wear good sunglasses. No, okay. So what we can see here is that there's some of this stuff is going to probably be set dressing. Some of the stuff is interesting. The biggest ones that are interesting is that there's this Aegis squall. This squall is not registered, but information gathered from members of the Vanguard implies that it's working with Aegis Command as part of some sort of secret project. Find out where it's going, and you might discover more, right? And then there's this vault containing research used by the Nemesis research team in their clandestine experiments. You have a Nemesis test center. From inside this center, Aegis researchers administer tests to aid in the development of their mysterious project Nemesis. A covert research outpost looking on a project known only to the leading members of Aegis Command, codenamed Nemesis. Aegis, by the way, just remember, Aegis is a group within Concord that were originally designed to be for war clones and for, like raids and like foot soldier type stuff. That was originally what Aegis was originally made for. But during the Triglavian invasions, it was kind of repurposed to become the heart and soul of what is now Edencom. So when you hear Aegis, make sure you also hear the nerds goes over the high level of what we're going to be doing as well. Great. We will cover that probably tomorrow then. The point is that basically Avalon is this new war barge that is basically the Vanguard are escaping the Fulcrum, so they're no longer exclusively under the control and maintenance of the Deathless. But meanwhile, also Aegis is doing their own project to try to either recreate or figure out what's going on with Avalon. And that project is called Project Nemesis. So it seems like there's going to be sites and stuff to be able to go to, but you're going to have to combat probe the squalls down in order to get an escalation to do the actual combat sites. And we can see here. The wrecks of hostiles you just destroyed contains valuable items. Nope. This is all tutorial stuff. Hold on. Let's go to the bottom and see if there's anything here. The remains of a destroyed ship, perhaps the proper equipment, something of value could be salvaged from it. So there's going to be salvaging, or like when you blow up the wreck. Oh, that's just the wreck's description. So maybe you can, maybe you do have to salvage the wreck in order to get something. But here, investigate Aegis activities on behalf of Vanguard's Avalon flotilla. Earn rewards and the means to convince the flotilla to one day begin its journey inside your chosen empire's space. Some Aegis sites are hidden from the public. Use combat probes to scan down Aegis squalls and follow them to these high-value locations. So it seems like all four empires, or at least like you, so the Vanguard are now free in an Avalon. And so the event is going to be attempting to convince the Avalon guys to join your chosen faction's team, right? So let me see real quick. That's the new skins. Is there anything above this? Ooh, a little bit. On the surface, Aegis used this military office to coordinate joint operations between Edencom and local military forces. However, it's also coordinating nearby sites, conducting secret research projects that are somehow related to the Vanguard. Everything's all mixed together. Hack the research vault before it self-destructs. So that's cool. Investigate Aegis activities on behalf of the Vanguard. Some Aegis sites are hidden from the public. Use combat probes to scan down Aegis squalls and follow them to these high-value locations. And follow them. So you have to like scan them down and then follow them, not just kill them and then loot them, maybe? Complete sites to uncover the heart of local Aegis operations. Follow Aegis squalls to uncover hidden sites. Very interesting stuff. So we will check out the video and all that stuff about this as we get closer to it. Obviously, once we have all the information, we will. I'll make a little guide for it. By the way, Ash, I got a border breaker and won the challenge before others who participated and never faced that 1 to 3 missing systems that after I complete an empire. Yeah, I do know that there was some people that were questioning some of the achievements. Congratulations, though. Either way, we will cover the nerd stuff another time. I want to talk about what we're currently talking about, or like the Vanguard free and Avalon, so they're out of the Fulcrum and the legendary system of Zarzak. Yeah. So that is the short of it. The big key here is if we go to, hold on. We'll cover this more later, like on another day, but just so we can cover it a little bit here, we see in the latest Nubian news, mass data transfer reported in Zarzak, followed by deathless agent deployment inside Fulcrum. And then if we go to the Vanguard side, we see that there's this escape from the Fulcrum part 1 and part 2. And this is where they talk a lot more about Avalon and how they're using it to be free from, we still lacked freedom. We were shackled to the Fulcrum. We need to find a way to move without permission, to strike where we choose and return with the spoils. Our getaway from the Fulcrum, our bridge to our destiny. This is probably the resonance bridge, the harmonic resonance bridge that they talked about in some of the previous videos. But again, we're going to learn more about this as we get closer and closer to the Avalon thing. I think that isn't what we're talking about. We're a little bit further behind in the lore. Metallic the feather. What? Wait, who? Where? What? Or like Kaldari got it easy. I don't. Did I miss an entire message? I hate YouTube chat. And sometimes, anyway, can we do a giveaway 500 plex at the end of the stream? I'll contract it to you. I know it's not much, but it's something at least. I mean, we can if you want. I would facilitate it if you want. Alternatively, and just so you know, if you want, you can also, like, any plex that I receive as a gift goes to my fund to continue to make custom skins for people. So if however you want to deal with it, it's your plex. So if you wanted to do a giveaway with that, I'd be happy to facilitate that. But without further ado, I think it's time to jump into the main topic of the day because we have a lot to cover. And we're already an hour in, so we'll see if we even get this done today. We're going to try. Actually, you know what? I don't necessarily want to do a giveaway in the middle of this presentation because I do want it to be able to be edited out for long term. So if you want to do a giveaway, I'd prefer to do it like tomorrow or a different day personally. People can get mad at me if they want. You mean at the end of the stream? Well, I mean, usually I open it up. Whatever. We'll sort that out when we get there. We'll see how we feel about it when we get there. Need a bunch of Galente mining themed skins. They're expensive. Well, you mean the livery? Yeah, sometimes. Okay. Okay. Let's jump into this. So today we're going to be talking about type of Heth. All right, ready? Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and welcome to part 2 of my exploration of the greatest conspiracy in New Eden, Mens Repala and his merry band of friends. Last week, we did a video about Mens Repala, or part 1 rather, which covers the story of Templar 1, specifically Mens's positions within that and like what happens to him there. We see that it cost him basically it's the story of him trying to balance his work and home life, failing to do so, it costing him his wife, but he manages to keep his daughter. But we end Templar 1 with a growing conspiracy with Mens and several allies, including Mortis Legion and other allies within Ishikone, who has absconded with the prototype Immortal clone soldier known as Templar 1. And now has Templar 1 as well as the Life Giver at his secret base in Geminate region, I think it is, but in his secret base for development, with this idea that he will be using the clone soldiers to take down his ultimate enemy within the Caldari state, none other than the provost / executor / dictator of the Caldari state, Tybus Heth. So we got to experience a lot of Tybus Heth and his machinations during the story last week, which, by the way, if you haven't checked it out yet, you can go watch the live stream still. You can always watch my live streams on VODs, but the edited version is currently available for members and will be available to everyone this weekend. Of course, if you're watching this as its edited version, it should already be out, etc., etc. Thank you for support of all my members. Anywho, so the story of the war clones is really the story, like, well, to keep going with the story of the war clones, we have to look at what the era of time that is kind of the downfall of Tybus Heth. You know, this is Ben's captured this technology and is developing it in order to take down Tybus Heth, and then everything kind of goes quiet. You know, last time we even pointed out it was very difficult to figure out exactly when in the timeline the events of Templar 1 occurred. We have a relatively locked in window of time, you know, a few months window where it could have been possible, but we explored that last time. But this time, we're going to continue this story, but looking at it specifically through the end of the reign of Tibus Heth and how that comes about. So to begin with, though, we will do a little bit of a recap of the War Clone lore, because that's how this is all kind of tied into each other. We scroll down here and we see it begins with inmate 487980 TAC A, a man of Caldari descent and a prisoner held at the Imperial Corrections Penitentiary 89 in the Hedion system of the Amarian Throne Worlds. Previously known as Vincent Barabin, a wanted fugitive within the state and former Caldari Navy serviceman, he became known simply as Templar 1 after becoming the first of a select group of Imperial Paladins commissioned by Amarian Empress Jamil Sorum, immortal transhuman warriors infused with the latest technology destined to join Capsuleers among the small elite of society, becoming part of those select few with the ability to cheat death. Based on a biomechanical implant colloquially known as the fifth lobe technology harvested from dormant race known only as sleepers, the highly invasive surgical process to transfer the individual into one of these paladins was described by Imperial scientists as one of the most brutal procedures that they have ever carried out, with a recovery procedure lasting several months. Despite operating in a breach of the Concord Assembly's legislation regarding the cloning of sentient biomasses, this first-generation cloned mercenaries were used initially to gain great effect during the Battle of Pike's Landing in the Republic system of Amamake. However, the vast majority were both mentally and physically unable to adjust to their more severe changes in psychology, and many were driven mad by the drastic changes made to their physical and mental composition. The Amar Empire, fearful of a potential insurrection by these powerful soldiers, decided to resolve both the issue of their presence and the evidence of their existence in one fell swoop. An order was issued for the Imperial Navy to strike force to carry out a full-scale orbital bombardment on both the battlefield at Pike's Landing and the Central Clone Reanimation Unit Enclave in order to ensure that no evidence of what was now considered a failed experiment would exist, should the Concord Assembly investigate. The order was carried out with success, and to this day the fate of Templar 1 remains a mystery to all who knew of his existence. Except for us, we know where Templar 1 is. It's in Mila's base out in the middle of the Molnir Nebula. For a while, the project was believed to be a thing of the past. However, within a number of months, Imperial scientists, under a decree issued by the Empress Jamil herself, had completed work on an artificially synthesized version of the implant, grown directly inside of a human clone and free from the invasive procedures of the first-generation implants. With the ability to bypass the lengthy recovery process, the Empire set about creating a stock of second-generation clone soldiers. Within several months more, this technology had spread to the other core empires, with all four major powers working on their own answer to the Empire's new discovery. So the key here is that, yes, the Empire, Jamil, in an attempt to try to stop the other, now that she's been exposed to the other and its true plans and all of this, she creates her own, they have their own second generation implant, which is synthetic, doesn't have sleeper taint to it, and she offers it up to people. But we're going to see in the story that when this happens isn't 100% clear, but it does seem to be a little bit after the moment we're about to read about, right? But the key here, though, is that Mens Repula's clones are not part of the second generation, right? Because he recovers Templar 1 and Gable, Lifegiver, the main medic who eventually becomes credited as being the main person that took care of the first generation clone soldiers, to reverse engineer this guy in order to develop his own version of the tech. And so the version that Ishikone is working on is not this synthetic one that Jamil ends up coming out with. And so one of the things I'm concerned about with all of this story is that if Mens discovered that the implant came from sleepers, then he would probably go about the process of harvesting sleepers himself in order to create his new immortal clone soldiers. And so they would be tainted. They could theoretically be corrupted by the other as well, which is one of the vectors that the other could have used to escape himself. This also really does explain a lot about Arcambine, right? Because the Arcambine group are we really not going to get it? Hold on. Do I just not know how to spell them? Well, it's part of the Deathless now, right? Deathless Circle contains Arcambine group. And Arcambine says, the Arcambine is a splinter group of disillusioned clone soldiers or war clones betrayed by the nations they swore to serve. They now seek independence and the means to undo what has been done to them. Their ranks have been comprised of war clones from all 4 of the major factions. The Arcambine search for a way to seize their own destiny and forge a path to freedom for war clones led them to join the Deathless Circle, blah, 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 blah. So this Arcambine group, which we will hear from probably more in the future, you know, the Life Giver is directly tied to the Arcambine group in later stuff when it comes to the Vanguard. And so the idea that somehow Menz's project evolves into the Arcambine group, or at least Gable's participation in it eventually evolves into the Arcambine group, is very interesting, especially since we know that men, you know, solid allies of Men's include Mortis Legion, obviously everybody within Ishikone, and potentially the Intaki Syndicate and some others. So, you know, the idea that Mortis Legion was very connected to Arcambine, very interesting piece to all of this. Which nebula? The Molnir Nebula, which may only exist in the book. I think they said it's in the Geminate region. Either way. So to pick up where we are starting today, we say it is not until November 30th, YC114, that the true power of these clone soldiers were revealed. After Tybus Heth, executor of the Caldari state, was shot by an assailant at the Provost political rally in the city of Okashin in New Caldari Prime, it was rumored that it was a single individual, later revealed to be a clone soldier, dispatched over a dozen of Heth's most highly trained Provost bodyguards in hand-to-hand combat before being subdued by a squad of over 30 security staff. On his recovery on January 28th, YC115, Heth ordered a purge of all clone mercenary enclaves in the Caldari state, which triggered genocide of indescribable proportions against clone mercenaries. Both Mortis Legion Command and Guristas Pirates, as well as the Angel Cartel and the Serpentis Corporation, offered aid to displaced mercenaries, with both the Legion and the Guristas breaching the state borders to airlift besieged personnel from the surfaces of various planets in Caldari sovereign territory. The Amar Empire also offered sanctuary to these displaced mercenaries, taking in thousands who flocked across the border to safety. All right, so we're going to jump into the news. We're going to start there, basically. But we're going to start a little bit before then, where we have to discuss this. Who is this Heth guy anyways? Now, we're not going to go over the entire story of Empyrean Age, but Tybus Heth is this character who kind of was this populist that was installed into power, right? The Caldari state is controlled by the 8 mega corporations, and that is, you know, managed by the Chief Executive Panel, the CEP, right, which consists of all of the CEOs of the corporations. However, during the events of the Empyrean Age, the broker manipulated events that basically led to the rise of power of Tybus Heth, ultimately installing him as the Provost Executor, right, or the Executor, and he created a Provost Directorate, basically his own personal army, and he kind of reshapes the Caldari state to be his instrument, his military tool. And as we talked about last time, he then successfully goes on, especially because, you know, the faction warfare campaigns at the time cited very heavily for the Caldari, and so it was a good time for Tybus Heth. Like, he all of his answers seem to be doing very well. He's bringing prosperity and power to the state. He manages to re-secure the planet of Caldari Prime, and in order to protect Caldari Prime, he places the Titan, the Shigemoru, in orbit of it as a defense, right? So, but he's been consolidating his power. He does have enemies, especially within the mega corporations, and the number one kind of orchestrator of the resistance, as it were, is Menzrepala, Ishikone CEO, right? And as we saw at the end of Templar 1, Hatakana Oriitsu, the former head of the Kalikiota Corporation, which Heth kind of takes over, is very much at his mercy. And Menz, while successful at rescuing Templar 1 and fleeing to his secret base, is still very much in opposition of Heth and his leadership. So his whole plan is to take down Heth. So let's see how that happened. Before we do, though, I do want to point out, so Heth had his own issues. The biggest issue is the fact that he has what's known as Dirge disease, okay? So it's this, basically, it's effectively a, it's not like a biological disease. It's a mining disease. It's like black lung, but for your brain. He has a buildup of various metals or materials in his brain from being constantly exposed in the mining areas, and actually exposed to, I'm sorry, not even mining. It was, well, we'll jump into this. We'll jump into this this chronicle because it has a lot of good information for it. Tibus Heth, executor of the Caldari Providence Directorate and de facto leader of the Caldari state, sat alone in the waiting room. Dr. Yoshin's corporate and family practices. He fanned himself with a plain brown filing folder that bore neither label nor seal. The breeze created was slight, so on and so forth. He shifted his weight to his right side as he pulled out an old metallic watch. So this watch is a very key piece of his lore. The case was smooth and cool to the touch. It contours blemished by minor scratches and occasional dent. The back bore a fading decal that read Employee of the Month. He stared at the ticking hands, blinking himself out of a tired trance, and returned to the watch to his pocket. Blah, blah, blah. Tibus opened the Manila folder. Whew. Inside was a series of monochrome reports printed on cheap white paper. The first report profiled former Galente president Soro Forotan. Forotan was the perfect model of Galente politician, averse to direct, especially military action, but skilled enough in words to thwart the efforts of his enemies. His recent resignation had taken the intelligence community by surprise. Only its timing suggests any sort of connection, especially with the purchase of his homeworld, Intaki, by the Ishikone. A second report picked up the story. It listed the movement of Ishikone ships, personnel, and other assets over the past year. The mega corporation and its CEO Menzrepala were Tibet's greatest internal political enemies. Where the Caldari militia held complete dominance of Blackrise and development rights were auctioned off, Ishikone had bid only to Intaki. More curiously, they had contracted the mercenary corporation Mortis Legion to police the system. Conspiracy theories were stranger still, but no evidence could be brought to bear. But wait, there actually is more information we can pull from this. So let me jump over to a chronicle that I should have had already ready, but I, for some reason, didn't grab it. So the chronicle blind auction is very informative to hear. Okay, now this is before Templar 1. This is before everything. This is, in Templar 1, when they're talking about men's doing things in the last few years, this is what they're talking about. This is a piece that I found while I was digging through the Tibus Heth stuff that really, really drives home where all of this stuff is coming from. Okay, so this is in YC111, which is 2009. So shortly after the Empyrean Age, Tibus Heth, has taken over the state. The Emergency Militia War Powers Act is now in effect. Faction warfare is going on. all of this conflict is happening. And in this, Tybus Heth announces that they are going to do an auction. They're going to auction off systems within the war zone to the various mega corporations for development. Now, this is a very short window of time, by the way. Nope. This was a very short window of time, by the way. So it was like only, I think it was a month secretly with the blind auction, but it was only a week when the blind auction or when the actual news of it happens within the New Eden News. But this chronicle gives us a very critical piece of the information under the surface. Yes, he worked for Caldari Steel in the armor forge. Yeah. All right, so he entered the room alone, monitoring the door beside him with a lazy wave of his hand. A practiced eye swept the room briefly, unnecessary in this sanctum, but following old and well-trodden pathways of his mind, he strolled down the length of the long polysteel table, absent-mindedly touching the headrest of each seat as he passed, and dropped lightly into the worn leather swivel chair at the end. Leaning back and propping his feet on the table, he darkened both windows a little and started browsing the reports on his neocom. Time passed quietly for a while, save for the gentle whirring of unobtrusive hardware. Blah, blah, blah. A subdued flash outside stirred him, and he raised his head to gaze out the window. A small ship glowing orange, and then a brighter flash, and then another ship appeared, larger, sleeker, and a deal more menacing. The Widow gave him only a few moments to admire its elegant lines as it slid rapidly into the nearest docking bay. Moments later, the door opened. Sir, your first guest has arrived. Yes, I was just watching him jump in. Remind me to get one of those. The Widow, sir? Yes, good-looking ship, and our pilots speak highly of them. Yes, sir. Would you like me to reserve a slot for it in your hangar? We could fit it between that Scorpion you took out for a spin 3 years ago and the Rattlesnake you won off the Rabbit and never finished fitting. Yes. Yeah. You can easily afford it, sir, and it's a great-looking ship. True. Okay. Remind me to think about getting myself one of those someday. Yes, sir. Are we ready? So we don't know who this character is yet, but this is his office. Other people are arriving at his office. Yes, sir. The room's completely clean. The overt recording devices, the covert recording devices, the backup recording devices, and the recording devices that you had me fit as an insurance policy have all been completely removed. The only thing in the room with a pickup is your neocom, and we're actively sweeping all penetration points. We also have a good look at general security. We've installed ballistic filter and a particle screen at the inner window. I know your opinion on that sort of thing, sir, but our particular guests you have today, yes, you're right. I don't like it, but you're right that we shouldn't be taking risks here. Good thinking. So he's meeting, whoever this person is, he is meeting with someone very questionable. He left the guard at the door and entered alone. The room was in darkness, but what he could see was the comfortably familiar, sparse and clean furnishing with a large boardroom table. Without warning, the sun rose magnificently to his left, and his weary eyes drank in the orange warmth. He moved to the window, gazing out the station's unsettling smooth lines and gigantic rotating rings of its laboratories, factories, and testing facilities. Movement brought his attention down as below his feet a cluster of ships soared out over the launch bay in a line for warp. Then he was aware of someone at his side, and he turned. Our Capsuleer associates have proven remarkably useful over the years. Yes, we've heard that you do good business with them out here. We do indeed. They're good customers when you handle them right, and monsters if they get out of control. It's good to finally meet you. So whoever these people are, they're meeting for the first time. The feeling is mutual. I've been following your recent activities with some interest. It feels like everyone has, and not all interest is of the good sort. Indeed, I hope your trip wasn't too bad. I was just admiring your ship with my aid. They're fine vessels. So the guy who's following the other, so the person whose recent activities was being followed is the guest. I've always found gate travel to be uncomfortable, and jump drives are considerably worse, but yes, it is well-endowed ship, and we didn't have any trouble on the way. That's something to be thankful for, at least. How's business? It's been worse. The latest trick of Heth has thrown a whole bag of spanners into things. He's doing a very good job at keeping us at each other's throats and away from his own neckline, but it's not good for the state or for our agenda, for that matter. If we were in a stronger position, we might... He trailed off, but we're not, so here we are. So this person's in a bad place. If we'll keep going. I don't recommend. Yes, and he is here. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't recognize the configuration of that ship. Neither do I, but I'd hazard a guess that it's a Proteus. Ah, yes, that would explain it. Tech 3, expensive choice. Sound, though, it has a covert reconfiguration, and yes, very expensive. We've been trying to get a hold of one, but we've managed to acquire a few subsystems, but without a power core, there's not much to learn. Yeah. Tech 3 stuff is great. He gestured at official budget, probably he should be up in a minute. He gestured at the chaperone to wait and strolled to the door. A brief glance was all he needed. Another meeting room, another day. Without warning, the warmly shining sun was extinguished in the darkness. His gaze was drawn to the constellation of lights visible through the interior window. He wondered what kind of people they were. Hold on. And why they would choose this life out here on the darkness. Then the room flooded with light again, and his co-conspirators came over to join him. Welcome to my little world. And a lovely little place it is. Thank you so much for agreeing to host this meeting, and thank you too for coming all this way to talk with us here. Purely business, Mr. No Names. So they're all trying to be very secretive. Okay. Not that I don't have the fullest trust of our gracious host, of course. It's good for you to say so. I think we all need to trust each other today. As agreed, the only recording device in this room is my Neocom, and it's neutralizing voice prints. You have my word on that? Yes, it'll be fine. Our host and I were just discussing the ship you arrived on. So there's another character who shows up. That's the person in the Proteus. That thing, I used it mostly for... I asked for the most secure ship we had available, but not one with a jump drive. Can't abide those things. Not a very luxurious ride, but the captain assured me it was up for the job. I'm sure we can find you a replacement for the return journey somewhere in our hangars here. Thank you so much for the offer, but I'm afraid I get the distinct impression from my staff that you didn't bring the ship back in one piece. There'd be problems. All right, can we begin? Yes, of course. Let me configure the table. At the deft push of a few buttons, chairs slid back into the floor, and the tables contracted to reshape into a compact circle. A holo display flickered to life, reflecting off the table below and adding to the room's dim ambient lighting. If we're all ready, let's start. Would you kick it off by explaining the deal as it is presented to you, so we're all on the same page? Heth has decided to auction exclusive economic rights for the contested Galente areas to Caldari corporations. We will enter bids for any or all systems in that area that we are interested in, and in each system, the corporation with the highest bid is granted a transferable and subdivisible license to regulate economic activity. If you would excuse me to jump in, what are the duration of these licenses? 10 years with the first refusal on subsequent renewals. This is actually a really interesting moment because we can jump forward 10 years and see there was stuff about contracts being lapsed. They didn't, when Mordu decided to no longer secure Intaki, the Intaki system, he said they no longer they weren't renewing the contract. And this actually pegs it being basically in 2019, right? Because this came out in 2009. So it actually, it's crazy how much you would think that all the stuff that's happening nowadays was just kind of made up to justify what's happening right now. But it's crazy to me how much when I go through the past, I see the exact the seeds of this stuff here. Like, for instance, this statement that oh, the renewal will be in 10 years. That actually does pay off in 10 years. The fact that the Angels and the Guristas are so connected to this whole thing is very, very interesting. There's a lot more Guristas Angel connection than I used to think of before I started this whole journey of hunting down this stuff. Either way. And if the systems are not still in Caldari's hands in 10-year times, you must know that we hardly intend to sit on our hands for the next decade. The licenses are only enforceable under Caldari law, which we don't expect the Federation to recognize. If the FDU manages to push the state out in 10 years or 10 days, then the licenses will reactivate if and when the systems are reconquered. If you forgive me for saying so, that doesn't sound like a particularly safe deal. Do you really think that your militia is in any position to mount a counteroffensive, I think it might be worth remembering that Capsuleers have a reputation for being inscrutably unpredictable. So the idea is that, like, with this deal, basically the state actors only get control over Ishikone when the state has, over Intaki when the state has control over Intaki, right? We're getting there, Malak. That's a good guess, though. A fair point. In any case, it's not a deal we can easily refuse. There's a huge quantity of untapped resources in those systems. The Federation's methods have always been inefficient, and we have the added advantage of not having to worry very much about the local population. Yes, I know, but that's how it's going to play out. You think that there are others really going to worry about your people? I doubt any of us will be starting planet-side operations for a while, but nobody is going to be keeping count of Gallente mortality rates. I was aware of this academically, at least, but hey, you want to talk to the others and complain? Go right ahead. My being here should say enough about my position. Yes, I'm sorry. Please go on. I'm having a lot of difficulty paying attention to who is talking where, because there's so much. It is 3 guys, though, right? Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, so he comes in. It looks like the host says Mr. So it looks like all 3 characters in this story are male. Yes, there are 3 people. There's the Proteus pilot, the Widow pilot, and the office owner. So, but the question is, so can we begin now? Hold on. So the Proteus guy refuses, and then he says, that's okay. The host says that's fine. So then I'm assuming that the Proteus person asks if we can begin. The host reconfigures the table. Yeah, 3 men. I don't know who's talking here, though. I don't know who's explaining this process. We might, but it looks like. So this person's explaining it to somebody, and this person seems skeptical. So I'm going to guess that this is the host, and this is the guest trying to sell him on the topic. So then this would be the host. This would be the guest. This would be the host. This is your guest. Wait. I find this weird because he says, do you really think that your militia is in any position to mount a counteroffensive? So this implies that the host, one of the 3 characters works for the Gallente. Maybe the host. Okay. So and the other person is making an argument from a Caldari point of view. So this person's making an argument that it would still be worth it from the Caldari point of view. And then so wait. God damn it. I'm trying to keep track of this. Yeah, your militia is Gallente militia. So the person talking here is not Gallente. This person is Gallente. This person's not Gallente. Is Gallente. Not Gallente. Okay. Heth set this up as a blind auction on the grounds that it will lead to objective valuations of the system, but everyone knows that it's just to drive bids through the roof. It's going to be ruinously expensive for everyone, but in the best case scenario, which looks realistic, if you're still high on military victory, anyone not on the sled will be left in the snow. I've heard mutterings that in the worst case, we're all equally screwed, so the risk balances out. Besides, we still have all those Amarian loans hanging over our heads, and while they seem happy to let them lie, most of us are keen to lose that particular collar as soon as possible. I forgot about that financing deal. It keeps us awake at night. She's planning something, I'm sure of it. That situation's laid out, though. The state retains military access to the systems, of course, but otherwise, they've become corporate fiefs. Which, as you say, will be unpleasant for the Galanteans living there, but that's a problem that we don't have the resources to tackle. There is, however, a smaller potential, more pressing issue, which I think between us might be able to at least mitigate. It's the reason why I've expended a great deal of effort and taken a rather large risk to convene this meeting. Not all... It's in Taki, isn't it? That's the only thing that makes sense. Yes, it is in Taki. If you could pull the map up, yes, there we are. Here's the Placid Contested Zone, currently under Caldari occupation, as you say, up for grabs. And here is Intaki, 2 jumps from the Stackmon in the wrong direction. It goes without saying that it would be better for us if this situation had never occurred in the first place, but reality is what it is, and the home of the major federal member is about to become the property of a Caldari megacorp. We're not exactly on good terms with any of you right now, but even so, some outcomes are more preferable to others. So, yes, this guy who's talking is Galente. You'd prefer that your new landlord is someone who's not going to throw you down the stairs for fun. That captures the sentiment fairly well, yes. So the person that's making the argument, I think that the person that's making the argument is Intaki, specifically. Maybe. That captures the sentiment, yeah. So what do we get out of this? I'm sorry. You're offering me, a deal. You want me to buy the Intaki to start it getting completely trashed. I have sympathy for the idea, but we've spent a lot of money on ideas we have sympathy for, and it has not worked out for us financially. Why should I even discuss this? Since we're talking about finances, how much of your space are you planning on buying? How much have you budgeted for? Is that even relevant? The constellation, a system? I'm not at liberty to discuss that even here. We have people looking at your people's accounts. They say that yours reminded them of the federal welfare program back in the bad old days. You can't afford anything. We're still looking at our options. I have good people working on this, working to balance the money. You're out of time for that. The other megacorps have their cash lined up and ready. You're not ready because you can't afford it. So what if you're right? What if we can't afford to get a piece of the pie? So this guy who is talking now, we can pretty much be sure that the guy who's being skeptical but being pitched to is Men's Repola, because we know that in the end, Ishikone buys Intaki. So we now know one of the characters is Men's Repola. Drag me all the way here to talk about this when you know full well that we don't have the means to pay for it, because I do. 2 of the men's were now hunched over the table. Muscle tense, hololight leading from their staring eyes, unnatural hues. The third reclined in his chair, hands steeped with muscles relaxed but hooded eyes flickering. For a moment there was a silence punctuated only by the whirring machines. Another shadow passed across the outer window, and in the deeper darkness eyes glowed like smoldering coals. Yeah, I don't know. Behind the inner window, crowds continue to silently surge. Well, we have a common objective here. That much seems obvious. And between us, we have all of the resources needed to achieve that objective. It's just a matter of aligning things such that you want us to buy Intaki. The political layman, that's probably how it looks, yes. Where I come from, it's called pragmatism. Gentlemen, I think we're all outside of our comfort zones here. Let's try to keep our eyes on the target. Yes, you're right. But here's the pitch. If I'm not hugely misunderstanding, the Federation gives us a pile of money which we can then use to make sure we get Intaki. It's of no consequence exactly where the money comes from. I can assure that the necessary sum is made available to your people, which is all that should matter. And on the understanding, of course, that it is used exclusively for this purpose. Which brings up the question again, transferring the money secretly is not a problem. Deep space mineral exchanges and the like. My people can easily explain the money appearing on our balance sheet. But again, I have to ask, what's in it for us? Is a large pile of free money suddenly not good enough? You're not thinking this through. Explaining the money appearance is easy. but I've also got to explain why we're allocating all this suddenly available wealth towards bidding on the most problematic system in the auction, rather than picking somewhere more accessible or even shoring up our existing finances. I need a cast iron business pitch, and I can't make one with what you've given me. It'd be professional suicide. I had thought of that, and the will and the resources. Other problems would remove themselves. It's just a matter of marketing. You have good speech writers, I assume. I can give you access to... Yes, I can see that you have thought through this a great deal, and I'm not questioning your intent or your commitment to this goal, but you're thinking like a Galantean. My problem is not an electorate, it's shareholders. We have to communicate with them using numbers, not words. The only way to sell this is to make it add up. This is not a problem I had considered. I'm very sorry. I don't have an answer to this. Then I'm sorry too. We've reached an impasse. I believe I might be able to see a way out of this. Intaki is resource poor, it's true, but nonetheless it is one of the wealthiest systems in the Federation. But that's all planet side though. Services and advanced manufacturing, we can't leverage that. But what if you could though? If you come to save them rather than subjugate them, I think that they might cooperate with your goals. What manner of deal precisely are you suggesting here? I'm proposing that his people enter into a partnership with your people. His people enter into a partnership with your people. So one of the two people that have shown up is Intaki. And the other guy seems to be the money guy from the Galente. So that's interesting. Can they do that when the Federation Navy stop them? Federal members retain control of their home systems. Usually security and shipping are franchised out to the Navy and the FedMart. Do you really think that the Intaki government would go for that, permitting a Caldari corporation to manage their interstellar traffic? I think that maybe you don't know your people as well as you think. I've been talking to them through old acquaintances, and they've mentioned the SNS franchise to me more than once. What is the SNS franchise? I don't know. I think they'd be interested in discussing it, and under the circumstances, I don't think the shipping rights would be a sticking point. It's a security that'll bother them, I think. Yes, and seeing that, and I can see how having our ships police their space might look bad. Our latest assessments of your corporate security forces suggest that they have neither the resources nor the training to do the job. You would need someone both sides can trust, and who have enough spare hardware and manpower to defend the systems against any and all threats. Ha! You are Caldari after all. I was wondering what your angle was. How much would it cost us to buy your services for this? So that's what we got. We got Men's, and we've got Moria Mordu, and we've got a third Galantean guy. So that Intaki guy seems to be probably Mordu, because Mordu's legion consisted of a lot of Intaki people who left Intaki to go join the Caldari, and then eventually got mistreated by the Caldari, so Mordu took them and formed his own organization out of it. So, okay, so the person that he keeps on asking is Galente or Caldari is probably Mordu? Let's not get caught up in all the details. It's safe to say our mutual friend here can cover the sort of money that we've obliged to charge as part of his donation. So there's the money guy, who's a Galente guy. There's Mordu, who's the security, and there's Men's, who is Ishikone being set up, shipping and security. Got it. Thank you. So those are the three people. So he gets shipping rights, say for 10 years, renewable to pacify his shareholders. You get paid to police things, and we have the safety of one of our most important systems secured. I have to admit, it's an elegant solution, assuming our assessment of the Intaki position is correct, and a profitable one for you too, I don't doubt. I have a foot in both camps, as it were. I have an interest in these matters. Well, of course, well, as I said earlier, this is an unfortunate position for us, but we have to do what we can. I don't see a better solution arising out of this one, unpleasant as it may be. I think that I can sell this deal to my people, assuming you both have come through on your end. It'll be good, and it is good to be able to make business and ethics coincide. The old man would be happy with this. I have hoped that both our people would see the sense of it, although I fear some of them will take longer than others to understand. He stretched in his chair, then leaned back and relaxed. Negotiations concluded, hands shaken, and ships departed. A holo map rotated, still a single red dot glowing in its center. He clicked it off, and in the darkness of light chased each other across the room. A smile played on his lips. A good day at the office, interesting times ahead, and a good day. He left the room quietly, blacking out the windows behind him, and the machines hummed themselves into darkness. So, when Heth is talking in that chronicle about this money, so the thing is with this event, actually, we can go back to the New Eden News. We have to jump to YC111. Hold on. Well, we have this violence on Intaki Prime as Caldari Occupy system. So that's a big like that is what's happening in in the broader scope of things. Obviously this didn't come out of nowhere, but I think that means that the auction is later. Yeah. All right. So yeah, since Men's Repula becomes Ishikone CEO in April, and then there's shortages on Intaki Prime. Where are they? Wait, hold on. Gosh darn it. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it is later. Right? Wait. Oh, okay, yeah, it's the next one. So, yeah, Heth auctioning development rights of conquered Federation systems to Caldari mega corporations. So this is happening on August 11th of 2009 with the Chronicle. I messed up. Is dated 9/7. So this is a little bit later. So this is after the fact. So that isn't the date that it actually happened. But what's interesting is that so Heth an auctioning development rights of conquered Federation systems happens right as so now 410 invokes wartime powers to nationalize federal arms manufacturer. For those of us who paid attention to the election stuff, this is kind of the beginning of the end for 410. Rodin steps up and resists 410's attempts to nationalize the industry, and so this ends up causing this big rupture within the state or within the within the Federation, and 410 resigns, and Jacques Rodin comes into power at this same time. Okay, and then just after that, Ishikone wins development rights to the Intaki system. So from when the announcement happens to 1 week later, when Intaki wins, there's a complete turnover where Forotin is kicked out and Rodin is put in. Okay. So this is all happening at the same time, and this is kind of interesting, and this plays into that one that we were reading here, where it says, the first report profiled former Gallente president Sorel Forotin. Second report picked up that story. It listed movements of Ishikone ships. Oh yeah, yeah. So this is right. This story is happening now, right after the auction, right? A second report picked up that story. It listed movements of Ishikone ships, personnel, and other assets of the past year. The mega corporation and its CEO Mens Repala were Tybus' greatest internal political enemies. When the Caldari militia held complete dominance of Black Rise and the development rights were auctioned off, Ishikone had bid only on Intaki. More curiously, they had contracted the mercenary company Mortis Legion to police the system. Conspiracy theories were stranger still. The final report, marred by a web of Tybus's notes, detailed the new Gallente president, Jacques Rodin. The majority of the report was long outdated. Intelligence was playing catch-up. Rodin's life was well documented until his retirement from his position as CEO of Rodin's shipyards. The trail went completely cold there, picking up only again when Rodin's recent meteoric rise back to the public spotlight and its presidency. Tybus pinched the bridge of his nose. He read the reports more than a dozen times, each time realizing more connections. He had long suspected that Forotin and Repala conspired against him. But Forotin's fall and Rodin's ascent did not fit. All three men were intelligent and immensely capable. Nothing they did was accidental. The only way it made sense to Tybus was through an intricate conspiracy supported by a network of Gallente agents operating within the state. The Federation used Intaki as a way to funnel their spies into the state. Forotin resigned as a distraction, and Rodin assumes control of the Gallente government, plausibly clean of the Intaki affair, and the most powerful man in the Federation. So already here we see, like, there's so much that's here that is reminiscent of what we've been seeing recently, right? The use of the Intaki to infiltrate the state, those kinds of accusations, very directly tied with the Intaki syndicate. And that plays into that story that we got to see the inside scoop of, that confirms that someone within the Federation was playing it out. And with everything going on within the news during this time, the idea that, I don't know, I don't think Mentis Black was the guy in the story, just because I think that there would have been some sort of hallmark that let you, like, nail it down as him. I don't think he would have done it personally, but I do think it was an agent of the Black Eagles or the FIO or some, like, project that was helping make sure that that got orchestrated, and also brought down Forotin. There's a lot of conspiracy involving the Gallente during this period of time, and the removal of Black, or, you know, accusations around Black and the FIO, etc., etc. I'm kind of going to skip over all that stuff. My point here is that this conspiracy between Mens Repala and Mordu actually goes from before the events of Templar 1. Okay. And more importantly, Heth kind of knows about it a little bit. All right. So now he finds out that he has dirge disease, which means he's going to die. He cannot be cloned. He will never be cloned. And it'll eventually, like, you know, kill him. So that's Tybus Heth. Now then, to get into the story, let's see. We're going to jump into this story in a little bit. So we jump into this just before, in the War Clones, it talks about November 30th, right? Yeah, November 30th. So just before that, on October 30th, we see Empire increase security in the wake of planetary attacks. Now, I had to start somewhere. There's a whole year of all these different raids and attacks from various pirate groups, especially the Angels and the Guristas, on various planets Vard, and a few others. But as I went through all of those files, there are nothing jumps out at me to suggest that these are early war clone units. This is the very first kind of piece to all of this that implies the development and the beginning of the use of war clones, I think. So we see this is just kind of a summary of what's going on. The Caldari State and the Minmatar Republic have enacted new security measures in the wake of recent spate of pirate attacks on the planets within their respective domains. Late last month, the systems of Odaluf and Bogalek in the Molten Heath region of Minmatar space saw 2 coordinated planetary strikes by the Angel Cartel, and this month witnessed a Garissa attack on a Caldari planetary holdings in the system of Aukinen. It is unknown at this moment what motivates their attacks, though details of the incidents themselves are being kept tightly under the wraps of the Caldari and Minmatar officials. Capsuleer's involvement is reported to have been heavy. Several Capsuleers who claim to have been present at the Aukinen attack, speaking on condition of anonymity, report that a number of Garissa's ground troops were left behind on the planet when a task force of Capsuleer pilots decimated the orbital fleet support. After spending 2 weeks on the barren planet, during which they lost a large number of their people to the hostile elements, the Garissas were able to make their escape to Nogahuvi Station in the Icana system, where in taunts and broadcasts the Capsuleers pursuing them, they claim to have had friends in high places. So the Garissas are working in coordination with something, probably a Shikone. After hiding out on the station for just under 2 weeks, during which they apparently went undetected by station personnel, the Garissas group was discovered by Caldari Navy troops amidst a Navy blockade. Though they managed to make their escape on board a transport vessel, they were discovered by Capsuleers loyal to the Navy and destroyed almost as soon as they exited the station. The Nogahuvi Corporation has released a statement disavowing all ties with the Garistas and announcing that the director of the station in question has had its contract terminated with prejudice. They've also stated that the company is currently undergoing an extensive internal investigation, one that launched as soon as this matter was uncovered. According to a highly placed source within Heth's Providence Directorate, an official inquiry into the affairs of the Nogahuvi Corporation is also in the works by the Caldari Business Tribunal. The attacks have provoked alarmed responses from the analysts and commentators all over New Eden. Controversial Galente journalist Maxim Peltast, in his widely read column Mad World last Monday, wrote, quote, "The savage lawlessness of the capsule pilots and the encroachment of the enemy philosophy on all of our world's affairs has finally reached the only corner more rotten and depraved than its own. We are all truly doomed. The thing is, we don't know if these attacks are going to continue or why they've started happening right now," said Inuki, senior analyst of the prestigious security firm Ikomari Onu. "It's a good thing that the state and republic are responding, but others need to follow suit and fast. This precedent is entirely too dangerous to ignore." Now, the big key to this is, again, this is like as Dust 514 is coming out. So they're setting the stage for 514, but they're also establishing a lot of the NPC groups for Dust 514. So this is where we're seeing the establishment of a lot of the merc organizations that end up playing out in the story over time. Okay, so here we go. November 30th, YC114. Tybus Heth shot by mysterious assailant at new Caldari political rally. Condition unknown. Major metropolis of Okushin in the new Caldari Prime. The attack, which took place shortly after noon today, caused widespread panic amongst the assembled crowd of nearly 12,000, necessitating provost interventionary measures. At a last count, there have been at least 3 dead and 200 injured. 3 minutes into Heth's second speech of the day, shortly after noontime break in his proceedings, a loud report was heard from somewhere in the left center of the crowd. His body snapping back and sideways, Heth lost his footing and fell, with camera recordings of the incident displaying a small dapping of blood on the ground nearby. Provost security forces responded immediately, firing stun rounds into the crowd. It is unknown at this time whether they had success at apprehending the perpetrator. Heth was rushed to a medical shuttle and taken away by the provost guard. Blah, 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 blah. So he gets an attempted assassination. I would like to point out that this is from 2012, so long before any real life thing that is reminiscent of that. Okay, so next, a little bit later, Heth confirmed a stable condition. Tybus Heth, executor of the Caldari State, who was a victim of a shooting attack at a political rally last Friday afternoon, has been confirmed by the Caldari Providence Directorate to be alive and in stable condition. He has been described by one highly placed source as restless and agitated but hyper-focused. The Inner Circle, Concord's prime regulatory body, has sat closed session since early this morning. It is unknown at this point what the subject of their session is, but unconfirmed reports indicate a wide-ranging legislative changes may be under discussion. Rumors and speculations abound to the nature of Friday's incident on New Caldari Prime, particularly in the wake of recordings being released of what looks like the perpetrator of the attack being removed from the scene by Provost guards. The recording shows that the robed figure is dragged away. Its hood falls off, revealing a helmet with matte black visor. The figure is also seen as wearing full body armor of unidentified design. It is unknown at this point whether the suspect is alive or dead. The Amar, everybody gives their condolences. The Guristas have also sent a message of their own. Early Saturday morning, the shower of black roses descended from the Provincial Directorate headquarters in Okishin, while the message "Justice for All" was broadcasted along with the Guristas logo on every monitor in the compound for a full minute. In the current climate, no nation would go this far. The instability it would create would have had far-reaching consequences that every nation in the cluster would have been affected. Nobody wants that. Nobody except for a certain group of people I can think of. A certain group with no affiliation but to anyone but themselves. A certain group which some affectionately call eggers, capsuleers. Who else would have both the resources to do something like this as well as the complete amorality to go through with it, regardless of their consequences? Think about it. Worth noting that Mens Repala is a capsuleer. Concord's Inner Circle will reportedly be conferring and coordinating with all the organization's space separate divisions in the hours to come. So then it kind of goes quiet for a month or two. On January, we see ground fighting intensifies across New Eden as powerful troopers emerge. Large-scale ground fighting, once restricted mainly to limited engagements in contested territories, have recently spread out from its former battlegrounds into new areas of engagement. Additionally, while such ground battles were typically limited in scope, fighting in New Eden has bloomed into large-scale engagements as swarms of new, highly trained and heavily equipped soldiers are filling battlefields. Public knowledge of these engagements have been increasing since early last week, when combat erupted on several planets across the contested territories of the Empyrean War. Many of the soldiers attained access to public communications channels and have begun interacting with the cluster at wide, spreading stories of their exploits. Their sudden emergence has captured the attention of New Eden as large, with rumors tinged with awe, suspicion, and fear spreading like wildfire. I think this is when Dust 514 was now part of faction warfare, so now can like influence faction warfare systems and their contested values. Song Lang, a military analyst for the Scope, expressed a common opinion of the soldiers. We don't know much about them, where they came from, what they're doing, or why all four empires seem to have begun utilizing them at all roughly the same time. What we do know is that they are highly trained, extremely well equipped, and have almost suicidal willingness to plunge into battle. Because of the extremely high casualty rates involved in ground combat, infantry battles in recent years have mainly been limited to tactical engagements. With these new soldiers, however, they become far more bloody. Blah, blah, blah. But, the Marine echoed the most disturbing, if not difficult to verify, rumor yet that these new soldiers, that they are capable of cloning themselves. Long the dormant of the ultra-wealthy encapsulators, the potential spread of cloning to individuals have broad implications for the cluster. The actual extent of their ability to clone, indeed, its very faculty, is difficult to ascertain. Contacts in all four militaries have refused to comment on the matter. Most refrained from even acknowledging the existence of these new troopers entirely, though the official statement from the Amar Empire affirmed of their existence and read in part, "The Empire's paladins have always been their greatest strength. Under the direction of Empress Jamil I, we have forged a new special forces who are unmatched in New Eden. With them, we will bring the destruction to all who stand against God's righteousness." Sources have indicated that groups outside of the four empires have taken notice of the soldiers as well, though none are willing to speak except through general terms. The response of Mordu's Legion was indicative of many, when a spokesman said the Legion is always looking for new military technology and resources. The potential of these new soldiers and mercenary work is not being overlooked. So this leads us to another couple of chronicle, which tells us on January 26th, YC115. Okay. And this is Now, a meeting, it starts with Miss Marasaki, which, if I remember correctly, what? Why do their name keep coming up this far in the future? Hold on. No, that's just wrong. Okay. Yep, nope. All right. Let us put quotes around it. Oh no! All right, well, fair enough. So this is hold on. Yeah. Imara Marasaki. Okay. So she meets up, so this character, Imara Marasaki. I gotta check Imara real quick. Nope, also not mentioned anywhere else. That's good. So she meets up with the doctor, and she's getting information about Heth's condition. Some degree, he's always thinking conspiracies going on somewhere. Yeah. And to my mind, there's been a definitive pattern showing delusional ideations, heavy anxiety, obsessive neurosis. By most accounts, he's seeing shadows in every corner. By some accounts, they're closing in on him. That's nothing new. To some degree, he's always been thinks there's a conspiracy going on somewhere. Of course, pardon me, Miss Marasaki, I'm first and foremost a physician, of course. It's not for me to speculate on political truths, but there are certain hints, certain physiological markers that indicate that he might not be arriving at all of his conclusions in the healthiest of fashions. The dirge. It could be. The deposits are growing bigger. He is starting to show more pathway damage. It could well be that the trauma of the incident combined with the stress caused by this worries is accelerating the process. So basically they're saying that, like, especially after the assassination attempt, his health is deteriorating faster now. And so there's a question of whether or not his paranoia comes from that deterioration. How can it be reversed? Reversed is very optimistic. Medically, it's always difficult to say. We've recently discovered the disease that its mechanisms aren't fully clear to us yet. Physiologically, though, there is some evidence to indicate that the paradigm of attitude can play a significant part in slowing down the advanced systems. So you're telling me he'll live longer if he stays positive. The foremost physician in the Kaldari state is telling me mantras are going to save our leader's life. Thank you. You are dismissed. The doctor spent just a split second staring at her with a lip bitten. Then she bows slightly. And then she requisitioning all conversational records between Dr. Rami Kuris, PDID 2420, and any officers clearance 4 and above for the last month and a half. Confidentiality breach, executive override 4419, required on my desk by noon today. Thank you. She straightened herself, discreetly tucked away a small crease in the front of her suit, squared her shoulders, and pushed a button next to the door. A 3-tone chime of square waves hollowed in the glass corridor announced her presence. Executor Heth, sir, she said, may I come in? There's another chime. The door slid open. So she meets with Heth's doctor, and then she's now meeting with Heth. How are you feeling, sir? Good as can be expected. They're still at it. He brought his ballad hand up to the datapad, then abruptly splayed his fingers open. A moving image was thrown into the space above the pad, showing a man and woman standing in front of a broken billboard. The man was wearing a leather jacket with a giant golden logo emblazoned upon it, the emblem of the anti-provost movement, active in the low-security constellation of the Forge. The two of them were screaming at someone behind the camera. Amazing how little the people truly comprehend, try as we might to educate them. And the capsuleers are fanning the flames, I hear. No great surprise there. How is the agenda for the morning? A fair few things, sir. She sat in the chair at the desk opposite him. Hadakan Oriitsu is still asking to speak with you. Said that she's only going to get more urgent until suddenly it would be too late. Not entirely sure what she means by that. So we don't 100% know what happened to Hadakan Oriitsu from the moment that she was put under the Mind Warden. But at this point here, she's still alive at the very least. And she's actually trying to get a hold of Heth. And Heth says, let her wait, says Heth. Her information these past few weeks have been contradictory and misleading. I want to keep her guessing for now. Just watch her for a few days and report anything she does to me. Anything she does to me. Every little gesture, every peep. You understand? Understood. Secondly, reports coming in from the expeditionary force continue to be dire. We've lost even more ground. Resources are stretched. What about my investigation? Anything new? Nothing, sir. The only thing we still know reliably is what we've known since the beginning. Your assailant was one of our own, and he was working in conjunction with an unknown force of Capsuleers. So the assailant was one of our own. So I assume a state, Caldari. Heth was silent for a little bit. He placed a databed on the table, drew a deep breath. Sir, Dr. Kiris has expressed concern for your... Dr. Kiris, says Heth, waving his hand at her. I don't trust that man. You know what he said to me? Told me I would feel better if I talked to a qualified professional. I asked him, what are you if not a qualified professional? He said, it's not that simple. I told him would a qualified professional help me root out my conspirators? He doesn't have much of an answer for that. He walked over to the small window. I would like you to place a classified message to Dr. Yoshin and the Corporate Family and Practices Clinic in Saragar, North Arcurio, he said presently. Tell him I need to see him. Here, at his earliest convenience, and then the matter is urgent. Just so we remember a little bit, that is the doctor from this thing, which in the slow disease story, when he meets up with the doctor even points out, he's like, hey man, like, why are you coming to me? Where is it? Tibus, I'm flattered that you would want to stick with your old planetary physician and all, but you haven't had a proper checkup since, everything. And insisting that your appointment not push out any of your other patients is borderline treason. You're the most powerful man in the state. So this is his doctor, which he somehow prefers, especially with the dirge stuff, far more. Very well. She swallowed hard. Then there's the matter of your directive, sir, from yesterday. 1 day earlier. Caldari Navy Grand Admiral Morda Engston. Hey, we did get to Morda. Here's Morda. She's like one of Heth's like main military commanders, by the way. She's shown up a couple of times here, but I managed to make get her picture ready to go. All right. You see, there's simply no way that the war room would ever accept a command like this, particularly from this time of this kind of time frame. For one thing, it's tactically unsound. We have reports that the Federation has been setting up clone soldier enclaves on Corfu for weeks now, and we've only recently started an initiative to incorporate ours into existing squadrons. Added to that, our expeditionary forces have been taking heavy losses. We're stretched far beyond our limits. I mean, we're barely holding on to Caldari Prime as it is. Scrapping our most valuable military resources. Retooling, interrupted Miss Marasaki. Oh, actually, I need to... Never mind. We need to cover this chronicle first. So this is Chronicle 514. This is an interesting one. I thought there was something about this earlier, but so I'm just going to give you a quick summary of this one. So basically 514 is talking about what's going wrong with the different clone soldiers. And this is a meeting. The highlight of this is a meeting between all four commanders of the four empires, right? So Jackus, So Rodin, Shakur, Heth, and Sorum all meet together. Let's see. Tibus, my dear friend, we have a great number of differences, you and I, everyone else at this table, but we also have several common problems which are not going to go away on their own accord, problems which, in fact, grow in scope and gravity with each passing month. I'm sure that I don't need to list the phenomenon to which I refer. Those phenomena aren't problems to all of us. In fact, some of us are reaping the benefits of them already. So why don't you tell us what your particular problem is, Mr. President? So Rodin's trying to convince people that there's a problem potentially, I think, with the clone soldiers. Oh, no, sorry, it's Capsuleers. My problem, most esteemed executor, is that we're having a growing power block of this universe that is of ours that does not and will not ever share a seat at this table or any like it. Capsuleers. So they're talking about their mutual problem of Capsuleers. And that's why Heth seems to like it, right? Because things are going well for Heth when it comes to faction warfare and the use of the Capsuleers. And while they're doing that, replied Rodin, do you honestly believe that they don't have access to schemes of their own? Do you think that much power can be handed to anyone without enterprising individuals eyeing the potential for abuse? These people have families, friends, cities, and nations they're beholden to, said Heth. They have loyalties. Loyalties do not vanish simply because you acquire power. Noblest executor, have you ever felt your life ripped away from you, your very consciousness sucked into a bottomless pit, everything you've ever thought you were or would be snuffed out in the smallest fraction of a second? Heth browed lowered. I believe I felt something like that, Your Eminence. So this is after he gets shot? And have you ever felt the consciousness light up your existence again, as if the laws of life and death did not apply to you, as if you were being born again, unbeholden to the principles that bind the mere mortals of this universe? But he can't be cloned, because remember, he's got dirge disease, and so he's bitter about this. He looks down at the table and says, no, Your Eminence, I have not had that privilege. It's not a privilege, Executor, replied Sorum. It is the curse that has doomed the Empyreans from the beginning. It is true that that there are some of them that are devoted still to causes greater than themselves, but the vast majority are so disconnected from reality that they exist in a realm all of their own, where none of the people they perceive to be lesser are worth any consideration at all. And of course, Shakur gives a little sting to the Empress about that. We need to discuss the matter of certain new technologies. The proliferation is complete, said Shakur. I'm sure our intelligence agencies have all agreed on that by this point. And what of it, says Heth. We have new tools and new methods. Why call a meeting about it? An influx of possibilities this size, says Jackus Rodin, destabilizes the ground underneath us all, Executor. I suspect that's not what we're here to discuss, though, says Shakur. Is it, Your Eminence? So then Jamil speaks. It is not. Though this was a convenient pretext, I arranged this meeting for another reason. Concord does not always call these summits, Rodin. You, of all people, should be aware of the twisted roads our dance takes us. Blah, blah, blah. I am reliably informed that the infantry implant technology has spread throughout the cluster, says Sorum. We are all in possession of it, and no doubt well on our way of building our own armies. The reason I have called this meeting is that the technology in its current form poses a significant mutual threat to us, and I firmly believe that all of us should cease and desist in our efforts to pursue it. What? Began Heth. How is, says Rodin. I am sure I need not remind you that the Empire's own Templar program was the first ever successful implementation of this technology. All the mistakes you are making, we've already made. All of the lessons that you're learning, we've already learned. Perhaps the most significant of these lessons is that the sleepers do in fact pose a threat, and this threat is far greater than we had presumed. Tell me, your recruits for this new breed of soldier, how have they been behaving post-implant? Any instances of mental instability? Sudden, forceful, disassociative symptoms. Healthy young men speaking in tongues, thrashing their heads about hard enough to break their own necks. Rodin and Heth were stone-faced. Shakur crossed his arms, his expression grim. Those implants carry the fragmented consciousness of the sleepers within them. In some of them, the sleeper presence is so strong that it can overwhelm the implant's host. What's more, continued Sorum, all sleeper technology has these fragments in it. The Empyreans who today wage war on the sleepers' outposts to harvest their technology are not, in fact, mere resource gatherers, nor are they simple thieves. They are committing something far worse than theft. Genocide, said Heth. A leaden silence descended on the table. Rodin was the first to break it. Assuming any of this was to be believed, Your Eminence, how big is the risk to us? The risks are significant and cannot be ignored, replied Sorum. The sleepers are a civilization older than any other, older than New Eden, some believe. They may not exist in our physical realm at present, but it looks like that may stand to change. If they continue to be attacked in this way, there is no telling what they might do out of self-defense, and it is certainly not prudent for us to leave them any openings. And what would you have us do? Accept my gift of an alternative implant technology, created through other means, with no sleeper taint, and thus no way to gain a foothold or extract their revenge. Your Eminence, with great respect, you must think us absolute blithering fools. Sanmatar, having so recently gained your freedom, I would think you, of all people, would not wish to see others enslaved. I started the Templar Project because the war had this war had seen too many lives lost. I wanted a swift end to it, and gaining this technology was a means to that end. You wanted to win the war, not end it. In the eyes of God and the throne, these terms are one of the same. You understand enough about us to know that much. The things I speak of here today are important. Do not attempt to smother them with petty semantics. Sorum was pensive for a brief moment, seated at the table, her hands forming a small triangle at the edge of the table. She cleared her throat. If you don't believe me, she said, then answer me this. Has the number 514 played into any of your lost cases? The atmosphere in the room sharpened perceptibly. Heth leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. At length he began to speak. Been happening since the beginning, he said. At first I thought it was localized to a particular place. Our first two cases came from the same barracks. We thought it was something a few of them had seen on joint operations, some kind of graffiti that they had seen during a traumatic moment on Caldari Prime. Then it started popping up everywhere, always the same. Blood-red skies, strange beings, and the number 514, often written in blood, said Shakur. So they're both seeing it. Heth looks at him, eyebrows raised. Rodin shows no expression, but his eyes darted back and forth between the two men. Exactly that. What does this prove, though? The implant give them strange visions, says Rodin. How do you know for sure that the sleeper consciousness is the culprit and not some random subroutine implanted as a failsafe by the engineers? For that matter, how do you know that this isn't a merely quirk of the technology, soon to be ironed out by engineers? Surely those of us who are old enough remember the spectacular capsule failures of the Glente Caldari War. To my recollection, those stories weren't much better. You're not listening, said Sorum. You're willfully misinterpreting my words. My point, dear Empress, is that there is a million possible explanations. Why should we fall for this one? Sorum inhaled sharply, straightening up, and exhaled slowly through her nose. Most trusted advisor, Marcus, relayed this first-hand experience of sleeper consciousness to me. It is the most rapturous thing I have ever experienced, and at the same time the most horrible. We are literally rendering the fabric of their self-constructed universe into pieces. If the rapture you felt in a digitized simulation of reality outstripped the rapture you feel in your faith, then perhaps it is time to reconsider a few things, Your Eminence. Shakur is like all about jabbing her during all this. I have gone to great lengths to procure a solution to a problem I myself created. I can only beg that you heed my words. I have no gambit. The Amar Empire is not particularly known for having no gambit. Blah 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 blah. And then we see here. This is trickery. There is no trickery. Heth's brow darkened. Several sharp noises carried from the outside, shaking the earth as they went. We're all about to be pulled out of here in the next 30 seconds, says Minosaurus, looking at the other three colleagues she had in the world. 3 of us will be instantly safe. I do not know about you, dear Executor. My people will take care of me. All that I ask is that you remember my words. Research the matter. Find out for yourselves. I have arranged for you to receive coordinates of cargo containers my people have deployed. There you will find clean technology I have promised. Though you may not believe my words, I pray you will believe the evidence. What smoke and mirrors? A minute later, the room stood empty, and 1 minute after that, it was blown to shards, each of which flew out soundlessly past the fighting men and into the dark sea, silent, sinking monuments of a chamber whose last occupants would never see each other again in the same room. And then here we see... Yeah. So Jamil tells Heth what's going on. Now remember, Heth is not Ishikone. So Ishikone's secret project doesn't get Jamil's cool new version of the implants. So that leads to this. Whatever you want to call it, pulling the clone soldiers is not an option. Doing so at this point would be nothing short of suicidal. Every single member of the command council is against it. This taint Heth is obsessed with, she continued, still crescendoing, is the unsubstantial brainchild of Empress who has grown unstable through gaining too much power too soon. Not the first time that has happened in history, I'm sure you'll agree. There's no hard evidence to indicate that it's true whatsoever. Any new technology of this level brings with it its own inherent dangers. The rogue soldier who made the attempt on the executive life has been interrogated multiple times and found to be nothing more than a stark raving lunatic. The conspiracies is all in our esteemed executor's mind. So that's Mila talking to Marasaki. Oh no. Wait, yeah. Yeah, Morta. Sorry, Morta, not Mila. Is there any precedent, Admiral, for the council to completely veto a directive of the chief executor? No, but this is a measure we can take nonetheless. You know the law as well as I do. It's classified as an extreme measure, though, so it must abide by all the legal ramifications implied in such cases. We're all well aware of that, Miss Marasaki, and we've discussed it at length. I suppose we'll see how the how far Executor Heth is willing to go in this brinksmanship game of his. But despite his recent behavior, we still place our faith in the understanding that prolonged legal battle at this level, not to mention at this point in time, is going to undermine the entire structure he's attempting to build. Should it come to that, the member of the council will no doubt find our places within a new structure. The executor may not be so fortunate. So Morta's talking about the fact that, like, already there's a lot of concern about Tibus Heth. There's a lot of unhappiness with his regime. And depending on how this goes, especially with legal contention, this could be the end of Heth's like regime. And so Morta is talking about how like they will find a place in the new order. She's been part of this since before Heth, and she'll be here after Heth. And then Marasaki says, "What you're saying can be quite easily interpreted as treasonous. If the leader refuses to take responsibility for his own declining health and act accordingly, then he cannot be expected to take responsibility for his own nation. This is not treason, far from it. This is concern for the state over the needs of one man. Anyone is fallible, even more so if they're blind to their own fallibility. I think I've heard quite enough of this," says Miss Marasaki, standing up. "You will hear from the executor before long. Good day, Admiral Engston." So now we have on the 27th, which is the next day. So the 25th, hold on. Yeah. So Marasaki this is such a weird timeline. Ah, I see. Then there's a matter. See, okay, so she tries. So Heth put out a directive. She tries to address the directive with the Admiral. Admiral, like, rejects her. And so then she goes and meets up with Heth to talk about it. And she says, then there's this matter of your directive from yesterday. He says, I trust this being put into place. And she goes, not quite, sir. And so Heth is not happy. Heth is being told that his plan, or his order to go destroy all the clone soldiers. So he gets told by Jamil that the clone soldiers are corrupted. He puts out an order to destroy all the clone soldiers. Morda steps in the way of that order and basically squashes it. Now, this is the next day where we have this clone soldier joining this weapons team. And we see they're trying to mix squads. Don't let any of our guys hear that. There's obviously hostility against clones, conspiracies, like ice. Let's try to break the ice a bit, because there's a new clone guy joining their squad. So they're like, do you not remember what happened with the joint training op last week or the month before? Hell, do they even remember Okashin, the Heth attempt? That was a goddamn cloner. That's unconfirmed. Oh, come on. Don't toe the potty line with me, Shio. The bigger man momentarily forgetting. The way he was throwing those guys around, nobody's going to tell me that it was any normal goddamn soldier. And they dragged him away. Nobody's ever heard a peep since. Our orders are orders. So basically there's this theory that the assassin was a cloner. Was a clone. So 3 hours later, the two men were standing in the middle of the square formation of riot-equipped soldiers, facing down a mob composed of straight citizens who had been taken to the edge of their tolerance, who resisted the content in their righteous cause, who rested content in their righteous cause, who knew that their time has already become. So there's this protest, this anti-provost protests that have been going on. And then we see... where's the cloner? He should be easy to pick out. He's even bigger than you. Then why am I not seeing him anywhere? He's supposed to be at your 9, front echelon edge. He put his hand on the side of the helmet. Wait, 1. Copy. This is Tarkon Squadron. Uha's great head swiveled around the square. Beyond the mass of protesters, he could see a broken wall with graffiti on it. Squinting, he was able to make out a number. 514. Say again, Kura leader, says Uha. Behind the visor, Akawari could see that his friend's eyes were wide. He turned his head again and looked where Uha was looking, and just then a deafening explosion shook the ground. Underneath them, another one followed, then another one, and soon the purple streak thrown by his unfortunate city had turned a deep, dark hue of red. And so then Marasaki is sitting in her office reviewing her information. Heth has grown upset at the news of the Command Council's decision, so upset before she even knew why. She found herself couching the matter in subtle untruths that shielded him from the full gravity of the situation. If he won't see a shrink, I'll just have a goddamn I'll just have to goddamn well act like one. So she's trying to figure out how to deal with this whole situation. Trying to get a better grasp of the state of her superior. She had been looking over Dr. Kira's transcripts of interviews with commanding officers. None were particularly heartening. One of them called the executor a dangerously unstable presence. Another outright questioned his sanity. Everywhere she saw indications of mistrust and hostility. Ignoring the knot in her gut, she made a mental note to leave the reports well out of Heth's hands at all costs. Her disturbed reverie was interrupted by her aide at the door. His face was ashen and hands quivered with wordlessly dragged her a data pad. Within seconds, the ashenness had spread to her face as well. Notify him I'm on the way right now. Sir, what is it, Miss Marasaki? Sir, there have been several attacks. Yes, coordinated. All of them at anti-provost rallies. It appears all of them were carried out by clone soldiers. Clone soldiers? Yes, sir. Killing civilians? Yes, sir. At rallies whose civilians were protesting my government? Yes, sir. That's not all. One of the attacks was carried out in Arcurio. That's one of the biggest cities in Caldari Prime. North Arcurio, sir. Sarogar. I would like you to do something for me, Miss Marasaki. Anything, sir. I would like you to mobilize the Navy, the armed forces, and every single corporate force we have. Get a list of the locations of every single soldier clone vat we have, every single trooper enclave, every bunker, every barracks. Do you understand me? Every single one. I want them eradicated. Sir, she paused. Sir, the council will. The war room can do as the war room sees fit. If they wish to stand in my way, they're welcome to try their level best. This is an executive order to be carried out immediately. Immediately, Miss Murasaki. The soft tone of his voice was absolute composure was more terrifying for her at the moment than any outburst she'd ever seen from him. One more thing before you go. Get me Hadakan Orietsu. As you wish, sir. There was a short silence, and then Hadakan Orietsu, former leader of the Kalikyoto Corporation and his unwilling hostage ally, appeared on his datapad surrounded by her garden of flowers. Her face was impassive. She raised one of her eyebrows, cocked her head slightly. As she cut the head off a blooming red flower, she mouthed the words, "Too late." Okay. So here it is, right? Like there's this big thing. So you have Jamil trying to warn Heth, like, hey guys, the old implants are bad. There's this whole thing with 514 because they're tied to the sleepers. But remember, Ishikone's cloning efforts are totally separate from anything Heth was working on. And we actually learned in Dust 5 or Templar 1 that Heth didn't really care about the clone soldiers too much at this point. So a lot of these clone soldiers could be potentially they're certainly infected by the implants, because you can see this, but you see all these cloners coming into service. They have corruption. Now they're all attacking anti-provost rallies, which is this very interesting thing to do, right? Because Heth is already in a very tenuous place. You got to remember, Hadakan Orietsu and Mens Repula want to take down Heth's regime. It would seem that this assassination attempt from earlier was likely one of these clone soldiers, but that was way earlier. Here it is now 3 months later, and we see this coordinated attack of multiple different areas, which are anti-provost rallies, which is this really interesting political move that seems very reminiscent of the sort of thing that Hadakan Orietsu would make, right? Because it's like, so now the attacks are on protesters. So Heth has to either defend the protesters, which is kind of an awkward thing, or look like he's supporting or like he's pro this group that's attacking the protesters. So it puts him in a really bad position, but that results in massive military mobilization in the Caldari state. The sudden mobilization of military assets across the Caldari state has apparently taken Megacorp and security officials across the cluster by surprise today. So, against the wishes of his military command, Heth is now given into his paranoia because of these attacks, and has mobilized his entire navy to destroy every clone soldier within the state. In roughly over the course of 1 hour between 1300 and 1400 EST, fleets from the Caldari Navy and State Protectorate massed numbers of Caldari-controlled systems, while ground troops belonging to the Caldari Provincial Directorate and Caldari Marines were reportedly deployed across dozens of temperate planets within states and controlled territories. Unconfirmed reports of planetary bombardments were also widespread, though none could be verified at this time. While the Caldari Navy has issued a broad restriction against approaching, preventing visual confirmation of their presence, long-range scans have confirmed the fleets remain close proximity to the planets. Several ships have ignored the warning, ceased communications shortly after, and their whereabouts have yet to be confirmed. Long-range scans and telescopes additionally confirm large, intermittent explosions consistent with extensive ground fighting, but further details are currently impossible to come by. The Gallente Federation went on high alert roughly 5 minutes after the Caldari fleets were mobilized, though there have been no reported tripwire breaches as of this press time. The Federation Navy also issued a terse statement vowing any breaches of Sovereign Federation space will be met with immediate retaliation. Several of the Federation Titan wings have reportedly been online and prepped for immediate deployment across the Federation Sinusoidal network. Hey, thanks for that. In response, the Amar Navy and Minotaur Navy have also gone into heightened alert schedules, though neither have mobilized. Security experts are baffled by the sudden mobilization, which on the surface resembles that of the one-day war on June 6, YC110. The Caldari appear to be targeting their own systems and planets, said Scope security analyst Pyle Bursch. While we cannot be for certain, our initial analysis indicate that they might be targeted strikes aimed at preventing a coup or civil insurrection. Ah, see, because they're attacking stuff related to the protests, it kind of looks like he's going after the protests. Ishikone, Laidai, and Nwegahuvi have all issued statements denying knowledge of any military activity or any sort of unrest in the corporate districts, while the other megacorps have remained silent on the matter. So this is January 28th. January 30th, Garissus assaults Vel'aine 3, abscond with ground combatants. The Garissus pirates raid on Vel'aine 3 last evening, apparently interjecting themselves in the middle of ground fighting between Caldari ground forces and an unidentified group of combatants. The Garissus managed to organize and extract a large number of combatants via Rhea-class jump freighter, despite losing several ships in the attempt. The Garissus arrived in Vel'aine roughly around 2000 under the command of Garissus commander Omanen Sin, which made contact with an individual named Karashi Hakatane, apparently acting as representative of the unknown force battling against the Caldari state forces on Vel'aine 3. Hakatane requested assistance from the Garissus. The fleet includes a Rhea-class jump freighter, apparently stolen from the Ishikone Corporation factory in Huula 2 hours earlier. How much do we want to bet that it was stolen, air quotes, not actually stolen? There's been several times where the Garissus have used Ishikone equipment with these kind of deniability, which was still broadcasting Ishikone transponder codes. A fleet of approximately 30 Caldari allied capsuleers, including members of the 4th District, were currently Honor Guard, Fleet Coordination Commission, and others, apparently acting on intelligence delivered by Caldari Navy, were waiting in the orbit of the planet and attempt to interdict the Garissus. Light casualties were taken by Loyalist forces, while the Garissus lost several Rattlesnakes and Hela-class ships. However, the Garissus combat forces were able to hold off the Loyalists long enough for the Rhea to deploy dropships, which quickly retrieved the groundside combatants and extracted them. Once the combatants were on board, the Garissus pulled out of the rendezvous with the Garissus allied fleet, consisting of pilots from Suddenly Spaceship, Rote Compel, True Slave Foundations, and others. The Garissus left behind a small screening force, which was destroyed by the Caldari Loyalist Capsuleers, and made their way towards low-security space before jumping the freighter to safety. The remaining Garissus attempted to flee, but were caught by a Pandemic Legion patrol. Though neither side were able to secure the decisive victory, the Garissus and their allies eventually departed the field. Experts claim that the rapid extraction would only be capable of being performed by a highly trained and competent ground force. A capsuleer on location claimed a cargo scan of the freighter revealed numerous mercenaries, weapons, and several clone vats on board. Caldari Navy sources have refused to comment on the incident, claiming the discussion of it would violate operational security of their continued high alert mobilization. The Garissus have similarly refrained to comment it as of yet. 5 days later, anti-Provost rally sparked civil unrest on Malcolm 5. Civil unrest was reported early on Malcolm 5 after anti-Provost rally organized by Ishikone loyal capsuleers were dispersed with use of lethal force by Caldari Provincial Directorate. At approximately 4:15 Eve Standard Time this morning, CPD forces launched an air and ground assault on the Ishikone Rada Enforcement Directive hosted rally, leaving 27 civilian citizens injured, 9 critical, and 4 dead. Witnesses have come forward to account of Provost forces repelling from Sparrow-class dropships bearing the insignia of the CPD before firing tear gas, baton rounds, and weapification grenades into the assembled crowd. According to widespread reports, an exchange of fire occurred between Provost forces and security representatives from the Ishuk Rata Enforcement Directive. By the way, that is IRED, the actual player group that still exists and fights in the war zone today. Among those taken into custody, hold on one second. One second. Resulting in over flooded with riot control gas, resulting in 200 arrests. State citizen and Revenant Defense Corporation employee Corbin Lavius, who was apparently released without charge. A spokesman from Ishikone Watch, a security arm of the Ishikone Corporation, made a press release this morning claiming that, quote, excessive and completely unnecessary use of force by the Caldari Provincial Directorate has resulted in death and severe injury of a number of Caldari citizens who are simply exercising their civil right to freedom of speech. The release went on to defend the action of the Ishuk Rata Enforcement Directive Security Force, stating that forces belonging to the demonstrating corporation acted with due diligence and exemplary professionalism in attempting to protect the assembled crowd and assist with medical evacuation of the injured once the situation was brought under control. For the Office of Press for the Caldari Provincial Directorate was unavailable for comment when contacted regarding this morning operation, despite reports that similar anti-provost demonstrations have begun to occur across the state in recent weeks. So then, to pile more onto the fire, we have Intara Direct Action, which some of us will know that name. I'm not going to go too deep into Intara Direct Action, but they are deeply connected to the Deathless. But they are a semi-criminal organization, like mafioso type group within the Caldari state, and is also one of the war clone mercenary groups now. So Intara Direct Action posts a legal case against the Kalikiota Corporation. Basically, Kalikiota accused Intara Direct Action of working with the Guristas, which again, if we're thinking about the Guristas and the Angels and the Deathless and Intara Direct Action and Men's and all of these things all being connected together, it's very suspicious, but we're not 100% sure. So this is the idea is that the allegations raised by members of the recently formed Capsuleer organization Pyre Falcon Defense Combine centered around the events on Belane 3 last Tuesday evening, where a large contingent of Intara Direct Action personnel was evacuated by the Guristas following tactical strikes by Provost sources. So yeah, it was Intara Direct Action, which again, war clones, that were the mystery group that the Caldari state were fighting that the Guristas pulled out. So then Intara Direct Action tries to sue Kalikiota Corporation for that Intara Direct Action is involved with the Guristas pirates. And this lawsuit was like basically squashed and thrown out, not because of the fact that, you know, any sort of legal process, but instead because the case was dismissed less than 10 minutes into its first session after a representative of the Caldari Provincial Directorate approached the bench unannounced and served the CBT with an executive order to cease and desist. Uproar ensues, with the entire delegation representing the entire family, the entire family, as well as a number of members of the interstellar press, being held in contempt of court for unruly behavior after a series of outbursts in protest of the provost's interference. So the provost steps in and just squashes the whole thing. Again, just continuing to make Heth more unpopular, more like ratchet up the tension and the resistance against him, especially as it goes against war clones, because he's basically attacking a bunch of war clones. And so this is being used to divide, you know, to push divides and rifts between people. So then the Mortis Legion shows up. Mortis Legion intervenes with Caldari group combat, escapes unscathed. A fleet of approximately 10 Mortis Legion Roques, along with a contingent of 20 Capsuleers, landed on dropships in Adama 4 in the middle of a war zone and extracted a large number of ground combatants, apparently belonging to the Osmond Surveillance Mercenary Corporation, another of these war clone mercenary groups that got introduced with Dust 514. Reports indicate that fighting on the planet began several days ago and increased intensity as more and more mercenary forces were called in by both sides in an attempt to end the stalemate. The Osmond mercenaries were apparently defending against Caldari Navy and Provost assaults, aided by Mortis Legion. According to reports, both sides were supplemented by hundreds of independent mercenary forces rolling in battles, which took place over several days. So the battle reached a high pitch at 1200 EST and continued until 1800 as both sides made desperate final push to secure the battlefields. Rumors indicate that some of the mercenaries fighting on behalf of the Caldari Provincial Directorate purposefully allowed themselves to lose key objectives in apparent sabotage and solidarity with Osmond surveillance. By 1800 EST, the Caldari forces have been pushed into retreat and were unable to halt Mortis Legion from securing the area. 2 hours later, with ground secure and the majority of surviving Osmond surveillance soldiers gathered at the landing site, Mortis Legion entered Adama uncontested thanks to their good legal standings with the Caldari state. They then approached Adama 4 and deployed dropships while protected by a fleet of Capsuleers. Within the span of roughly 15 minutes, the dropships had gathered the Mortis Legion and Osmond surveillance personnel and returned to the Rhea-class freighter in orbit. They then departed, traveling unmolested to Sudrento, where the fleet docked with the Republic's Security Services station. Reports indicated a few known Caldari loyalist capsuleers in the area who observed the action, though apparently either too few in numbers or simply unwilling to stop Mordu's Legion. According to the sources, Caldari Navy apparently put out a call for assistance roughly 20 minutes before Mordu's Legion arrived in space, indicated complications in battling the previously reported Guristas and Angel Cartel incursions. Rumor indicate widespread dissatisfaction amongst loyalist capsuleers with how the Caldari Navy has handled the continued military action, particularly the lack of communication and persistent rumors that the state is targeting its own citizens. As has been a common refrain, Caldari Navy has refused to comment, besides refuting the assertions it is targeting Caldari citizens. Osmond Surveillance has released a statement saying that it is in cooperation with the Caldari Provincial Directorate on this issue and has no plans to follow the path of Intara Direct Action and file a lawsuit. So we know Intara Direct Action because we know Intara family. What about this guy? These guys. We got Osmond Surveillance. Ooh, they have their own logo now too. As with many mercenary corporations authorized to carry out planetary operations by the Caldari Executive Panel, Osmond Surveillance began life as part of a personal army of one of the greatest families of Caldari State, the Osmond, owner of the Hasiota Mega Corporation, now rumored to have gone rogue, but retaining Caldari corporate status. The infiltration and black operations wing of the Osmond family militia has turned into a ruthless mercenary corporation willing to take any job from any client. Okay, so that's connected to Hasiota, right? Yeah, Hasiota. And then Intara Direct Action, just so we know. Venal, even by Caldari standards, the Intara family is regarded by many as little more than a gang of cutthroats and barely tolerated by Caldari mega corporations. Regardless, the Intara have demonstrated remarkable skill in surviving its own number of corporations spread across many planets. The Intara Direct Action corporations, the families, venture into the mercenary field, and in true Intara style, happily sells its services to the highest bidder. So my assumption, or what I now think, having gone through all of this, is that Intara Direct Action, especially, but maybe even the other one, were effectively fronts, or these were like, where do you think Intara got his information about how to clone soldiers? Probably was from Men's. So Mordu's Legion and Angel Cartel joins Guristas in aid to Caldari targets. The Guristas notably raided Ground Battles Provincial Directorate for Intara Direct Action. While the claims of the Guristas were denied later by the Caldari Navy, more reputable... the Guristas would be able to find some position for anyone with unique talents who might be caused to hate the state. Those who were target of statewide military assaults seem to fit that description. While the claims of the Guristas were denied later by the Caldari Navy, more reputable organizations have also been spotted, though none have apparently yet inserted themselves into the midst of combat. Most notably, Mordu's Legion, the renowned mercenary corporation, released a statement offering aid and shelter to any of the affected who wishes it. The founders of the Legion knows what it's like to be rejected and turned away by those who you thought shared loyalty to you. They were war heroes, but they were forced to abandon their home. Mordu was there for those cast aside and is here to welcome them with open arms. We will assist any who ask. More surprisingly, the Angel Cartel says the cartel and the victim of Caldari oppression can be of mutual benefit. Representative Kalia Olfold, while no confirmed instances of cartel intrusions have been made, rumors abound of scout ships appearing in Caldari systems. As of yet, the Caldari Navy has yet to make any public statement, except for to denounce the accusations of the Guristas and their assaults that their assaults were targeting civilians. The Navy continues to proclaim the need for operational security and denying requests for further information. So this is getting worse and worse and worse for them, right? Like, it's one thing for the Guristas to show up and try to help them, but now that the Mordu is involved, it's getting like they're losing the plot here a little bit in this campaign, which leads, of course, to Caldari Navy stands down, remains secretive. After over 3 weeks of heightened activity and military action, the Caldari Navy officially stood down today. The Navy had, along with Caldari Provincial Directorate and the State Protectorate, been participating in orbital bombardments and ground combat against Caldari-held worlds across the cluster, drawing anger and confusion from disparate segments of the interstellar spectrum. The exact reasons for the actions remain under scrutiny, with Caldari officials refusing to answer direct questions about the matter. The Caldari Navy was dealing with internal security issues against armed combatants who were dangerous to both Caldari citizens and the cluster at large, said Sami Akudo, a spokesman for the Navy. No individuals targeted by Navy forces were Caldari citizens. Every megacorporation has acknowledged the legitimacy of the operation, and all other lawful corporations in the state who were affected by the matters were informed prior to the commencement. Those who acted for the benefit of the state were spared needless collateral damage. At present, while the state continues to battle some stragglers, these engagements are minor in nature and can be handled without the full strength of the Navy behind it. Citizens can rest assured that the lives will continue on as normal. Executive Tibus Heth offers his full thanks to those who stood beside the Caldari state in this difficult time and wishes to reiterate that the loyalty of the Caldari people is paramount and should be properly rewarded. Discontent has been expressed, particularly among Capsuleers, at the refusal of the Navy to give concrete details of the target of the military actions. Most often cited by the lack of names, the reasons of the targets were considered a danger, and continued silence of some of the supposedly complicit megacorps. Additional concern was raised about the supposed stamping on corporate rights by provosts who interrupted court proceedings between the Intara Direct Action and Kalakiota. Intara filed suit, claiming slander and harassment, but the case was thrown out after executive cease and desist order was issued by Tibus Heth, and the fighting in the state continued. Other corporations seemingly affected refrained from issuing suits, which some saw as a sign of provost intervention. Blah, blah, blah. So, that's the end of that little campaign. But shortly thereafter, 2 days later, the next day, Black Eagles to hold political rally in Valor on the 21st at 2000. Now, we did talk about Mentis Black a little bit. I'm not going to go too deep into everything about Mentis Black, but I will say that I don't think that Mentis Black is secretly trying to work with the Caldari. If anything, Mentis Black is part of the faction of incredibly xenophobic Gallente. Like, he would be more of a primacy guy than a, hey, let's secretly, let's forward the advancement of the state, even if it means taking down Heth. But Heth and Black are really great foils for each other because they both have very bombastic rhetoric, which we will see here. The Special Department of Internal Investigations and Federal Security, better known as the Black Eagles, have announced that they will be holding a rally for the Federation in the Valor system on the 21st of this month. So let's see what he has to say. Black Eagles rally in Valor draws huge crowds as celebrities endorse civil service. It's a massive success. The rally, which was held on board of the Senate Bureau in Valor, was hosted by Black Eagles Administrator Thorin Gattaro and featured speeches from various celebrities and director Mentis Black himself. The rally, which began just past noon, demonstration of Black Eagles techniques, playing videos of training regiments, and answering questions from citizens. Particularly well received were miniature boot camps for kids, which replicated the official Black Eagles training exercises and obstacle courses for games for children under 13. The festivities continued until 2000 when Tharn took the podium and kicked off the system-wide speeches to close the day. While peppered with groan-inducing references to his past shows, those words were fairly well received by the attendees, who shouted for more words of encouragement. Up next was then controversial singer Minda Lyre. Oh, she shows up in more recent years, actually. That's kind of an interesting name to see pop up here. Who sported a t-shirt emblazoned with the Federation Eagle, while proving to be much more popular with the crowd than Aslo. Her speech was focused on the good the Black Eagles are doing for the Federation. The singer expressed how her earlier hesitancy was alleviated by a meeting with Director Black and urged nothing to see here. And urged fans to be vigilant and honest in their dealings with the Black Eagles. With the celebrity speeches finished, Mentis Black took the podium, reminding those in attendance about the strength of the Federation military, but warned against falling into false sense of security. He cautioned with the threats to the Gallente people, which may come not only from outside of our borders, but from within. It is actually very... Look, I'm not trying to talk about modern politics and real life stuff, but it has been very, very unsettling to look through these news stories from 2012 in light of like how things have played out in the last year. But that's not the point. Either way, whatever. This whole idea of like threats from within. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. He went on to say that while some of the methods of the Black Eagles are unsavory, their actions are solely to ensure the safety and well-being of citizens across the Federation. He closed his speech with harsh words for the Caldari state, referring to the Titan in orbit of Caldari Prime as a wall of Provost steel. He declared the continued war with the state a result of racist prejudice brought against us by those who would seek to attack the fundamental principles of our Constitution. After the speech, Director Black answered several questions from the crowd before departing. So Black, in his speech, directly calls out the Shigemoru, which is that Titan in orbit of Caldari Prime. Tybus Heth, of course, denounces the rally speech. Black's speech, which has been rebroadcasted countless times across this Federation, declared the war between the Federation and the state to be one of self-defense due to the fundamental breach of our sovereignty and initiated by a racist prejudice brought against us by those who would seek the fundamental to attack the fundamental principles of our Constitution. The presence of the wall of Provost steel that orbits Caldari Prime, which the Provost threat is real as ever. The presence of a wall of Provost steel that orbits Caldari Prime. So again, directly referencing Shigemoru. Tybus Heth attacks the speech as in one of his own, given this morning to workers of the Calikiota Corporation factory in New Caldari. Black is a historically known racist, Heth says, so his words are no surprise. He continues the revisionist history, which paints the Federation as blameless victims in their attempted genocide of the Caldari people. It was not the Caldari who bombarded a homeworld and kept it hostage for generations. It was not the Caldari who saw another people growing great and said, no, you may not. It was the Caldari whose greatest war hero proved himself It was not the Caldari whose greatest war hero proved himself a cowardly murderer and killed one of the state's greatest executives. He's referring, of course, to a guy that we talked about a little bit last time, but I didn't show, Alexander Noir. Alexander Noir was a military war hero for the Federation, who then is killed and impersonated by the broker when he crashes into the Malkalin station and killing Otro Garyushi, the former head of the Ishikone Corporation, which is how Ben's got into power in the first place. Despite cheers at the time drowned out by his words, Heth pressed on his speech, which went on for nearly 20 minutes total. The Caldari finally had their homeworld back. It is true that the steel orbits Caldari Prime. It is the steel of a shield, guarding vigilantly against any future assault. The only Provost threat is the one to the Galente hegemony. We threaten those who wish to impose their cultural imperialism upon anything that they deem beneath their lofty principles. I vow to never let myself falter. I have faced greater threats than the one conjured up by Mentis Black. I remain standing tall, as much as the Caldari shall forever stand tall, and as much as the Caldari Prime shall forever remain a beacon of hope to those who lost great things and believe in redemption. So we're already starting to see, so the Shigemoru is the main focus here. So things continue to get bad for the Provost, though. You know, he comes from Calikiota. Calikiota Corporation is having further issues. We see first, the actions of the CPD were reflecting poorly on Calikiota, which has driven down share prices. While our stock options may not amount to much compared to the executives and CEOs, it's an important thing to those of us who work the lines. The dividends from them can be the difference between retirement and working until we die. Second, when Executor Heth came into power, he implemented a number of reforms that were supposed to help us workers out, but half of them haven't made a difference and the other half are being ignored completely. We know he's a busy man, so he probably doesn't even know what's going on. We've tried to tell him, but our voices have been stymied by middle management who doesn't want things to change. For the moment, demonstrations are mainly taking place on Calikiota Corporation facilities across the state. However, Paro indicated that if there's no response soon, the workers may mobilize to take their concerns directly to Executor Tybus Heth and the Chief Executive Panel. Home Guard and State Protector attacked defenseless protesters. Concord intervenes too late. Wait, hold on. Yes. So things go from bad to worse. New Caldari, Calikiota Corporation. Calikiota Corporation factory workers who were demonstrating against what they believe to have been the failures of Tybus Heth administration to properly implement reforms and provide safeguards against corporate stock values were massacred by the Home Guard and state peacekeepers, apparently acting on orders from Kalakiota executives. Protesters began gathering on the New Caldari Prime at 1400 EST this afternoon to protest a number of issues that they believed were being ignored by Kalakiota management and have been prevented from being brought to the attention of the state executor, Tibus Heth. These protests were peaceful with no violence. When members of the state peacekeeper in full combat gear arrived on scene, the state peacekeepers announced that the employment contracts of the protesters had all been terminated for cause and ordered them to disperse. The protesters refused, however, and reports indicate several projectiles were hurled at state peacekeeper forces. The state peacekeepers attempted to respond with non-lethal weaponry, prompting a riot from the protesters. As terrified protesters fled, members of Expert Intervention, who had been hired to provide security for the demonstrators, opened fire, sparking a firefight that lasted for roughly 2 hours. Eventually, the state peacekeepers initiated a tactical retreat from the area after being overwhelmed by the Expert Intervention forces. Expert Intervention is the latest business launch under the NOH Megacorporation's Expert brand, drawing on the expertise of members of NOH's internal security division to forge a military contracting company. Some may observe that this would account for the ruthlessness evident in Expert Intervention's operations to date, but any qualms on this account do not seem to have reduced demands for the corporation's services. Interesting. So that's NOH. Megahuvi. After the fighting planetside calmed, protesters remained in space. At roughly 1900 EST, they undocked from the chief executive panel station to demand to speak directly to Tibus Heth. However, while numerous capsuleers were present to support the protesters, a fleet of Home Guard ships arrived on the scene and demanded the protesters dock. When they summarily refused, the Home Guard commander announced the termination of the protesters' employment and opened fire. While capsuleers scrambled to provide logistical support to save the freighters, DD Officer Ortar Heth arrived on scene to demand the immediate cessation of aggression by the Home Guard forces. When they failed to comply, he issued a broad suspect warning to each of them, allowing full aggression from the enraged capsuleers. A solitary Home Guard pilot turned his weapon on his own fleet, but he and the capsuleers were not capable of bringing down the other Home Guard pilots in time to prevent the destruction of both freighters. Though they came perilously close to saving the second, after the second's destruction, Officer Heth initiated the Concord criminal response systems, destroying the remains of the Home Guard fleet. Despite the destruction of the freighters, over 3,500 of the roughly 5,500 protesters survived, where they are gathered by capsuleers and transported to safety. Kalakiota Corporation releases a statement on the situation saying, quote, "The workers were terminated with cause for acts detrimental to the corporation. They initiated riots planetside and hired muscle attacked the state police forces. Meanwhile, we have reason to believe that they are planning to committing terrorist acts in space, such as crashing their freighters into the CEP station. Remembering the Malcolm incident, Home Guard acted with haste to prevent such a disaster from repeating itself. The other mega corporations have reacted with horror to the events, with Ishikone, CEO Men's Replet, declaring this was a criminal act of mass murder. Why it was allowed to proceed is completely beyond my comprehension. Those responsible for the attack on innocent, unarmed civilians should be brought before the Kalakiota criminal tribunals and punished for their actions to the full extent of corporate law." Sugavesta Corporation CEO echoed the sentiment, saying, "This would never have happened under Suvi. We provide a safe working environment for employees and are not in the business of killing them. Justice must be served." Tibus Heth released a brief statement on the event saying, quote, "The loss of any Caldari citizen's life is unfortunate, but I will launch a full investigation into the events to ensure that all proper procedures were followed in the matter." So the screws become tighter and tighter and tighter. Protests are becoming more common. Now we're seeing it erupt into violence, and this time that violence is directly blamed on the executor. Mentis Black condemns Caldari State for brutal opposition. Black Eagle's director Mentis Black has harshly condemned the Caldari State, particularly its leader Tibus Heth, for the events that led to the death of several thousand protesting workers last evening. "What we have here is nothing more than a jackbooted dictator," Black said to reporters, "who massacres his own people when they express discontent with fascist policies. It is no coincidence that the very corporation he is chief executive of was behind these attacks. It is almost certain he ordered the execution of these Caldari citizens himself. And even if he did not, he allowed the people who gave the order to be put in positions of power. It is only in the state where this kind of wanton disregard for the lives of citizens could happen. The state leaders consider lives worthless and disposable, nothing more than fodder to the ground on the assembly lines in the name of profit. Any nonconformity is disposed of, messily at times, but all more often quietly. This is not the first time workers were executed for daring to speak out. This is just the first time we've heard about it since under Heth's regime. We cannot allow this sort of brutal opposition to continue unabated. The Federation must do something. And it starts by striking at the threat in our midst, bandaging the wound, and then taking the fight directly to them. So it's worth noting that like Heth got power because of a protest that he was a part of, where the then leader of the area, the guy who was managing that area, attempted to kill Heth, but killed another person who is like disguising himself basically as being Heth. This is before Heth took power. So like this idea of like protests and killing protesters is the very energy that brought Heth into power, and now it's being used against him. Mentis Black continues harsh condemnation of the state. Roden speaks outstanding. This time he says he spoke out against Tibus Heth on Monday afternoon, blasting the government of the Caldari state for failing to uphold its own laws and allowing the trampling of rights by a power-crazed dictator. The harsh words were directly mosted at Tibus Heth, whose recent revocation of the blind auction, which granted the Caldari megacorporations rights to the conquered systems in Placid. It should be obvious I stand against the very act of auctioning off worlds to corporations rather than leaving them in the hands of democratically elected governments. But what we see here is Heth's utter inability to maintain the very policies he enacted. So I don't have this in the news. I didn't pull this out, but I guess Heth, as part of this whole process, actually revoked the blind auction, which, remember, like, he's paranoid. He probably like now suspects that this was something to do with his Shikone. He revokes it all, but even that doesn't fix the problem for him. President Roden, then asked to comment on Black's statement, gave a terse answer saying the military security of the Gallente Federation is a paramount priority for my administration. However, the internal matters of the Caldari are not something Director Black should openly discuss. He should deal with our internal affairs and allow the Caldari deal with theirs. That's interesting. I do wonder how much Black has been involved in all of this, both the installation of Roden and also the setting up of Ishikone. We may never know. All right, next. The next day, numerous Caldari management resigns. Heth promises significant investigation. A mass resignation of Caldari management occurred today. The first resignation among executives belonging to Calichiota began roughly after noon and spiraled from there. Resignations from Caldari Constructions, which is the other group that he came from, and Home Guard began shortly thereafter. No, it's Caldari Steel was his. From the first turning of the resignations to 1:30 EST, as news began to spread, it incited additional resignations across the state, with virtually every megacorp and security forces reporting some number of resignations. The initial resignation from the Calichiota executives were spurred on by continued questionable decision-making by the corporate leadership. According to reports, with some 20 executives turning in their resignations en masse at the Calichiota HQ in Nani. The resignations that followed, though apparently not part of a coordinated protest, expressed similar discontent with the current state of affairs of the megacorps. That's true. Roden's granddaughter did almost become president, and that does play into this whole thing, because I wonder if that was always the plan, but we'll keep that in our head. Because Roden was also there when Roden helped. Roden personally was involved in the effort, the coordination to find and extract Templar 1. So Roden, at the very least, knows that Mens Repula has Templar 1. If not, is involved in all of this. But remember, like, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with all this. It's unsure whether or not how much Roden is involved in Black's like machinations and all that stuff. We're not going to untangle the Black Roden problem today. We're focused on Mens today. What we do know is that Mens and Roden did coordinate during Templar 1. All right. Provost arrests at least 5 executives, supposed Federation operatives. 5 executives, 2 of whom have been recently resigned from their posts as part of the statewide protests against the policies of state executors, have been arrested by the Caldari Provincial Directorate under the charges of espionage and treason. 2 of the executives, former Wiakomi Vice President Aikane Hadoni and former Sugavesta CTO, I'm not going to try that one, Neneven, has resigned as part of a mass resignation that occurred last week. Neneven in particular has been exceedingly harsh in his announcements of the Heth regime following his resignation, telling reports in the interview, the state is no longer the place I was born into. This meritocratic reform are a lie. Leaving my position was an incredibly difficult decision, but when I saw other people doing it, I knew I couldn't stand by anymore. If the cowardly CEP is happy to let our culture and way of life be destroyed, then I'm tired of yelling into deaf ears. Better to take my wealth, go somewhere else, and make a better place for true Caldari. Neneven was reportedly arrested following a raid on his suite, which left 3 members of his security staff hospitalized. Ikani Hadonai was arrested in the middle of the interview with Zoran Sons. Man, why does that name sound familiar? Let's go look at that one. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So he's been part of this before. He's like a main character in the Nagahuvi, or sorry, Wiakomi. Hold on. Yeah. Which former Wiakomi vice president. Okay, yeah. So he's the former Wiakomi vice president. That makes sense. The other 3 executives, Mercantile Club, Chief Procurement Officer Okala Sahola, State and Regional Bank, Chief Commercial Officer Sandere Lordhen, and CBD Cell Division Public Relations Officer Evelyn Dearman were arrested in their corporate offices. The provost initially refused to release any statements and then the arrest, but shortly before press time issued the short bulletin, these high-profile individuals were identified by our investigations as having ties to the Federation intelligence and being involved in a prolonged plan to destabilize the state government. CBD Cell Division released a statement saying, "We take accusations of treason and espionage very seriously. We will cooperate fully with investigators until to uncover the full truth." Meanwhile, both the Mercantile Club and State and Region Bank have put their full support behind the arrested executives, promising the weight of their legal divisions in defending the accused. Tyvus Heth names unrest in the Federation as security threat to the state. In an address given to the Kalakiota workers, state executor pointed at the recent hacking attack on Black Eagle's installation as proof that the Federation is in a state of barely concealed chaos. I didn't pull these up, but basically there's this group of hackers that come up and say that they're going to expose the Black Eagles. And then there's this big raid in which the Ostakon Agency, which is a Galente war clone group that is also tied to the Deathless and the Agency, as in the agency tool in game, that's the mercenary group behind that. They were part of the effort of this hacker group to break into the Black Eagles, and they failed. So that's what he's talking about there. The Federation is a viper perched on a rotten branch. Eventually, that branch will snap and drop right onto their heads. Already, we see cracks begin to form. They have hackers directly attacking their government agency, if Black and his cohorts have their way, they'll stop at nothing short of the complete annihilation of the Caldari people. Apparently, his speech was then shut short abruptly. A few in the crowd said Heth appeared to suffer from a sudden sharp pain and then was hurriedly escorted off stage by provosts. A representative then took the microphone and informed the crowd that Heth had been called away on critical matters. The reception for the entire speech was viewed as supportive, though many noted that it was rather muted compared to prior ones. Then, so the next big thing, 2 days later, Jackus Rodin reveals the existence of cloned mercenaries and announces a Federation purge. So remember, the whole attacks of the Caldari were a secret purge of clone mercenaries. Clone mercenaries were still not really well known. So this is it. This is when the world found out about it, as it were. The Federation developed technology to clone and transfer consciousness of humans without use of a neural burner and was using them in warfare. President Jacques Rodin revealed in an emergency announcement today. The president revealed that the Federation, following the recent steps of the Caldari State and Minmatar Republic, has determined these soldiers are extremely dangerous and have to be contained for the safety of the cluster. Rodin opened the speech by greeting the people of the Federation and continued, "Today I bring grave news to you all. For the past several years, the Federation has been involved in research to create a weapon that would end the harsh realities of warfare, free us from the burdens of fear, and usher in peace through the cluster. Unfortunately, as our forefathers have too often discovered, all weapons can be turned on their creators and threaten the very core of safety. The Federation, as well as the other nations of the New Eden, developed this technology to instantly transmit the consciousness of an individual upon their death without the necessity of a hydrostatic capsule. This technology was being used to create the new breed of soldier who would not suffer from the pains of death, who would not know fear or pain or loss. It was initially created using salvage from beyond the wormholes, though we have developed our own variant since then. Our goals were noble. We went forward with pure intent to strengthen and protect the ideals of the Federation against all of our enemies, but even the noblest of goals can fall afoul of dark circumstances. The technology used for the original soldiers is flawed. Those who have been implanted with it invariably go mad. They turn violent and hateful. We have hoped that these incidents to be isolated, but we have seen great purges happen when other empires, most recently amongst the Republic, and we have been faced with the undeniable truth. We cannot continue to use this technology and place the lives of our citizens in danger. There's a bunch of stuff that happened in the Minmatar during all this. I skipped all of that because it wasn't relevant to the Mens Repla thing, but yeah, that's what they're talking about. Last night, a cadre of these soldiers entered Federation space, fleeing from the Caldari state. The Caldari Navy attempted to interdict them and chase their freighter into the Federation system of Algogile. Though the Federation Navy met and destroyed them, the fact that the Caldari were willing to violate our borders so flagrantly to chase down these soldiers only underscores the seriousness of this issue. Unfortunately, the soldiers were able to make it planetside and, showing their violent tendencies, initiated hostilities. I come before you today telling you all this because I believe the citizens of the Federation deserve to know the truth. I do not hide behind denials and repression. I am not going to obfuscate the truth with misdirection and tall tales. In our zeal, we have made the mistake, and I must now work to make things right. It is an unfortunate fact that we must destroy this threat before it becomes too great for us to handle. Already, the Federation's military is rounding up the first generation of clone soldiers to safely quarantine them. There have been reports of violence already. Many are unwilling to be removed from combat, which is the only thing that they can now understand. We must fight to defend ourselves from their corruption. In the face of this threat, the Federation must remain united. We must stand against our enemies, within and without, both created by others and birthed from ourselves. We cannot falter, for to do so would set awry our great nation. Thank you. Immediately, same day as that speech, ground fighting erupts on Caldari Prime. Reports of extensive ground fighting between Gallente partisans and Caldari military forces have emerged from Caldari Prime. According to reports, fight began to break out shortly after 11:30 EST across the surface of the planet as armed Gallente began assaulting Caldari military installations. The disposition of the Gallente forces are currently unknown, as contact with the planet has been sporadic since fighting began. Erratic reports have placed them either as rebellion residents, remnants of the Federal Marines who have been hiding since the planet was captured, fresh troops deployed covertly by the Federation over previous several weeks, independent mercenaries, or some combination of the four. The Federation has not issued any comment to clarify the situation. Sami Okuda, representative for the Caldari Navy, issued a statement saying, quote, "We are aware of the armed insurrections taking place on Caldari Prime. We cannot comment on their nature. We are confident that the Caldari armed forces can handle the situation and restore peace in short order." Next day, Federation Navy announces inaugural FedCAF naval exercises. A combined fleet of Federation Navy, Customs, and Tripwire vessels have been seen departing Navy headquarters in Algogile this evening, shortly after the announcement from Admiral Antosin Ranchel declaring the beginning of an inaugural federal combined arms forces training exercises. In the press conference approximately an hour ago, Admiral Ranshell indicated that these exercises are designed as a team-building experience to strengthen the bond between our armed forces. The goal is to further develop working relationships between these divisions in order to continue the enhancement of federal border security after the events of YC110 and the attacks of Avalon last November. We also hope that these exercises will assist in further streamlining internal communication within the Gallente military. Soon after the press conference concluded, a fleet consisting of a pair of Solitaire-class Titans, flanked by 4 Erebus's, 8 Nyx-class supercarriers, and several squadrons of Thanatos' and Moros-class capitals were seen departing Ogogile in an undisclosed location somewhere in Placid. In response, the Caldari Navy has mobilized a significant portion of its fleet, which appear to be en route to the neighboring systems or neighbor region of Blackrise in order to reinforce its border. Several notable military experts have commented that this may be the explanation behind the name Operation Highlander, which was overheard during a Senate assembly on March 13th. Both the Federation Navy and Senate remain unwilling to comment on the nature of the operation and violation of the Gallente border by Caldari Navy forces on the evening of March 14th. It's worth noting. Never mind. Next. Empress Jamil I announces Empire's intent to welcome clone soldiers with open arms. So, as we can see, the Empress says, the Empire does not hate these people because they have found themselves turned from God's light. We have never hated those who have fallen. Instead, we embrace those who have tumbled to the darkest depths and lift them up. It is a long process, but one the Empire is willing to undertake to save these poor souls from those who would so callously discard them. The Empire has experimented with the technology, but early on discovered the flaws that others ignored. However, though we abandoned it, we refuse to abandon those harmed by its implementation. We instead wish to offer them hope. If they come to us, they shall be reclaimed into God's service and find a new purpose. So come, outcast soldiers, we shall succor you. Though the Court Chamberlain, Pomnick, hey, Pomnick, I don't have his picture pulled up, answer questions on her behalf, developed an alternative to the clone soldier technology that is proven free from taint. Those who are willingly reclaimed shall not be slaves. We will allow them to live freely within our colonies alongside their caretakers. So the Sorum, or the Amar, offer their own assistance. And if we go back to the plot here, we can kind of see by mid-March, YC115, Gallente President Jekis Rodin and Scimitar. Oh, yeah. So we already said that. With both the Legion and the Grissus breaching the state's borders to drift besieged personnel, the Amar Empire also offered sanctuary to these displaced mercenaries, taking the thousands who flocked across the border to safety. By mid-March, YC115, Gallente President Jekis Rodin and Scimitar Mautsu Shikora of the Republic both also ordered the destruction of their mercenary enclaves. This was prior to the outbreak of hostilities on Caldari Prime, which then saw thousands of the now displaced mercenaries, still illegal and unrecognized entities in the Eye of Concord, flooding into the system of Luminaire in order to work as hired guns in the conflict that erupted. So you now have all these people like banishing and going after all the war clones. So all these war clones are now independent by definition because they don't have support of their own empires. And so they begin to flock to the now supercharged war zone of Luminaire. Civil unrest intensifies on Caldari Prime. Ongoing conflict of Caldari Prime intensified further today with a number of attacks reported on Caldari Provincial Directorate assets in the city of Arcurio. The unrest began to escalate early this morning with a series of coordinated assaults on roadblocks and security checkpoints within southern commercial districts of the city. The first incident was initially believed to be an accident after a civilian vehicle collided with a provost security checkpoint on the outskirts of the city. However, further investigation revealed that the vehicle was carrying a large payload of low-yield improvised explosives. Report indicate that a further 7 attacks of this nature have occurred throughout the day, as well as several instances of provost soldiers opening fire on civilian vehicles at a number of checkpoints on the east side of the city. In northern Arcurio, a series of armed assaults on provost patrols this afternoon have left a number of CPD security personnel and the ethnic Gallente dead. After repeated requests by statements regarding the unrest, operational commander of the provost occupation force, Brigadier General Russ Kartaka, assured the press that these attacks do not represent a major concern for the CBD, and operations are underway to root out those responsible for their planning and execution. There will always be these dissenters who will seek to cause ripples in smooth waters. The fact of the matter is that the land beneath our feet is the ancestral home of the Caldari people, and the Caldari Provincial Directorate is here to say, we will keep our home secure at all costs, even if doing so means the removal of all Gallente influence from Caldari Prime. General Kartaka's statement was met with outrage by the Gallente Senate in an emergency assembly called less than an hour ago, along with this number of calls by politicians from the Crux constellation of the Concord Assembly intervention. Unrest on Caldari Prime results in bombing of Provost headquarters. After a series of attacks on Provost assets and personnel earlier in the day, it has now been confirmed that the operational headquarters of the Provost Occupational Force in Caldari Prime was destroyed less than an hour ago. The 102-story Shintoko Tower, which was used by the Caldari State Assembly and House of Records repository prior to the arrival of the invasion force in June YC110, toppled into a neighboring building before collapsing completely after a series of powerful explosions rocked its foundations at approximately 9:30 p.m. Eyewitnesses claim that the series of explosions, which appear to be completely destroyed the ground floor and sub-basement of the building, were heard as far as 20 kilometers away. The resulting blast caused cosmetic damage to surrounding buildings, blowing out most windows in the immediate vicinity. Rescue efforts are ongoing with an estimated death toll of 800. At this time, the Caldari Provincial Directorate remains unavailable for comment with regards to the situation. Meanwhile, rumors have surfaced that Brigadier General Russ Kartaka, who made a statement to the press only hours ago to reassure the public that the situation was under control, may be among those dead. A senior CPD officer who requests to remain anonymous has confirmed that operational headquarters for the Provost Occupational Force has been moved to a heavily fortified secure location in response to the attack. So this guy comes out and is like, hey, it's fine, guys. We have this under control. And then there's a bombing and he gets killed. Luminaire's situation still unstable. Revered Caldari Admiral called back into service. A Caldari Navy. This is the beginning of the end, guys. I know. Some of you might be like, what the hell? Why are we talking about all, like, this is a long story. It is a long story. We are at the beginning of the end here. Hold on, let me check my time. Yikes. All right, let's keep going. A Caldari Navy spokeswoman confirmed this morning that retired Admiral Visira Yanala has been drafted back into service. The unprecedented move comes after widespread unrest erupted on Caldari Prime last week in response to a breach of the Gallente border by Caldari forces. Presently serving on ceremonial duty as senior military advisor to both Caldari Navy and Caldari Provincial Directorate, she will resume her position as Kimitoro Fleet Admiral in command of the Leviathan-class Titan Shiguru, which currently resides in orbit of the besieged planet. In an interview with Echelon Entertainment, Admiral Yanala expressed that she is delighted with such an unexpected opportunity to return to active service with the Caldari Navy. When asked about her history with the Shiguru, she added that she was under my command for a little over half a century. I know every subsystem of her better than I know myself. It will be an honor and privilege to take her helm again. Admiral Minella Aranin, commanding officer of the Caldari Navy, expressed gratitude at the same interview, adding that as a young NCO with the Caldari Navy, one of my earliest role models was Admiral Yanala. During her initial years serving as commander of the Shiguru, it is an honor to have her resumed leadership of the Kimitoro fleet under my command. Her presence at the helm of one of the Caldari Navy's longest-serving and most fierce warships is exactly what is needed to bring the situation in Luminaire under control. Reports suggest that Yanala has already returned to the Shiguru. However, the effect of her presence may have on the planet-side hostilities is yet to be seen, as widespread unrest is still reported in the cities of Arcurio and Toville. So in order to try to make things better and to kind of deal with things, they bring back this this legendary commander, the previous commander of the Shiguru. They bring her out of retirement and put her at the helm as a way of trying to projecting stability and projecting stability over this incredibly chaotic, hectic situation. Admiral Yanala gives first weekly address from orbit and Caldari Prime. Throughout the address, she made numerous mentions of the heroic efforts of Caldari rescue teams as the cleanup from yesterday's evening Shintoko Tower collapse continues. Her release also praised the troops of the Provost Occupation Force for their courageousness and professionalism in restoring order to the cities of Arcurio and Pakuri. She also led those assembled in a minute of silence and paid tribute for those whose lives were lost during the course of yesterday's events. The real thing that you need to know about this character is that she is a stand-up individual. She's great. She's a great commander. She's there's very little wrong with her. Like, they don't give you really much flawed of her as a character. She steps in. She does all the right things as an admiral. Those living within the Gallente habitation zones under Gallente Prime has nothing to fear. Peace and order will be maintained. So long as the newly enacted curfew is adhered to, there'll be no further disturbances or use of force to ensure calm. The address was closed with a vow that under her command, Provost Security Forces will continue to work towards a peaceful resolution of the troubles on Caldari Prime. All residents of Caldari Prime, both Gallente and Caldari, will be provided for and protected from harm until such a time that full law and order is restored. I don't know, but when the military starts pulling people out of retirement, it feels like desperation. Oh yeah, no, this was definitely like a this is desperate, but it's an extreme act, right? Like, this is a big thing's happening. So putting her in here was a big attempt to, like, as a show of faith and all that stuff. We'll see where it goes. Reactions to Admiral Yanala's words have been varied and widespread. A leading security consultant to Kyoto Corporation responded to the address by claiming Admiral Yanala is the perfect choice for this situation. Her service record with the Caldari Navy is a testament to her level-headedness and solid judgment. The fate of Caldari Prime is in good hands. Do y'all, just for a second, do you guys feel that, like, ominous blanket kind of leaning over this entire conversation at this point? In Uli, the Concord Assembly remains tight-lipped with regards to the ongoing events, with the exception of a single intergalactic summit transmission yesterday evening in which the DED Director of Operations stated that Concord will continue to closely monitor the situation. March 20th. YC115. Concord issues Luminaire travel advisory in the wake of escalated conflict. The Directorate Enforcement Department releases a statement moments ago declaring that a part of its fleet has been placed on high alert due to ongoing hostilities in the Gallente system of Luminaire. The announcement comes in wake of the increased hostile contact between federal citizens still residing on Caldari Prime and the Provost Occupational Forces, which have been in place since the invasion of Luminaire on June 10th, YC110. Over the course of the last several days, a number of attacks on Caldari Providence Directorate assets have been reported, including assaults against military and industrial targets in and around the cities of Toville, Pakuri, and Arcurio. A number of peaceful demonstrators and more intense riots have also resulted from within the Gallente containment districts. On Monday evening, a series of provost checkpoints were attacked in southern Arcurio, resulting in the death of approximately 200 people. 4 hours later, the bombing of the 102-story Shintoku Tower, several kilometers away by an unknown group, resulted in the building complete collapse and the loss of 892 lives. The building was used in command headquarters for the Provost Occupation Force at the time of the attack. When commenting regarding the elevated status of the fleet, Concord representative assured the press that all appropriate measures are being taken to ensure the security of the Luminaire system remains intact. She also added in her statement to the assembled interstellar press that should the need arise to contain the situation, Concord may deem it necessary to issue travel advisories or may see fit to restrict the flow of traffic in and around the system of Luminaire. The situation is being closely monitored by Concord. Federation Navy releases Caldari Prime status report after standoff with Shiguru. Caldari, this is the same day, by the way. Caldari and Gallente forces come into full combat situation in orbit of Caldari Prime approximately an hour ago, as Federation Navy patrol was sighted apparently making reconnaissance scans of the besieged planet's surface. Caldari Navy forces were quick to react, with Admiral Visira Yanala issuing demands for Federation Navy vessels to cease all ongoing operations and vacate orbit of Caldari Prime. During her broadcast over the local Luminaire frequency, she repeatedly claimed that the Federation Navy forces were in violation of Caldari space and issued notifications that failure to comply with her request would result in defensive actions from the Caldari fleet. In response, the Federation Navy patrol made attempts to assuaged the concerns of the Caldari fleet, with Admiral Javier Bavon indicating that the Gallente vessels were simply a reconnaissance patrol tasked with reviewing the status of the Federation citizens on Caldari Prime. After 30 minutes, when they had apparently completed their scans at safe distance, the Federation Navy vessels departed without further incident. About 15 minutes ago, the Federation Navy made an unprecedented press release from its headquarters in the neighboring system of Algugail, revealing the full details of scans from its reconnaissance patrol. Admiral Javier Bavon was frank in stating that the situation on Caldari Prime is extremely dire. He continued the briefing by indicating that the Federation Navy, quote, now has confirmed reports of continued unrest in the cities of Arcurio, Pakuri, and Toville, with thermal scans showing fires burning freely in a number of locations below the cloud cover. In response to the Federation, Admiral Bavon then presented a detailed breakdown of events over the previous 5 days in the lead up to Admiral Yanala's return to service. In response to the Federation Navy's release of information, the Caldari Providence Directorate has declared a new no-fly zone in low-orbit airspace around Caldari Prime. The Caldari Navy has been authorized to engage and destroy any vessel that breaches this order. The next day, Caldari Prime unrest escalates further. Provost's response called into question. Number of Gallente protesters were reportedly killed after Provost forces fired riot-controlled gas canisters directly at crowds in downtown Arcurio at approximately 2 EST this morning. Reports have also surfaced that convoy of roughly 200 Gallente citizens fleeing the city of Pakuri were strafed by Sparrow-class dropships belonging to the Provost occupation force after failing to stop on order of the pilots. As news of the attacks of the convoy reached the city, several Provost security checkpoints and patrols were overrun in response, and a number of Caldari Providence Directorate personnel were killed by unarmed crowds of rioters after being overwhelmed. Both the Caldari Navy and Caldari Providence Directorate have refused to comment on rumors regarding the Shiguru, although a number of... Today's recent spate of unrest follows 2 previous flare-ups of hostility between Provost occupation forces and Gallente citizens in as many days. It is rumored that today's rioting was brought to a halt when the word began to spread that the Leviathan-class Titan Shiguru, which resides in orbit of Caldari Prime, was placed on weapons-ready alert and fully prepared to enter low orbit in order to strike at a number of undisclosed locations should the situation escalate further. All right, so the Shiguru is getting ready to go down to low Caldari Prime orbit to potentially be a strike force. Both the Caldari Navy and Caldari Provincial Directorate have refused to comment on rumors regarding the Shiguru, although a number of Gallente senators have once again publicly expressed their disgust and disdain over the treatment of Gallente citizens by Provost forces. Provost occupation forces were branded as a band of racist thugs with no regard for the safety and well-being of Gallente citizens on Caldari Prime. Now, same day, Caldari Providence Directorate released a statement regarding current events in Luminaire. Flanked by 2 of his senior officers, Caldari State Executor Tibus Heth gave a press conference detailing necessary measures taken by Provost security forces to keep the situation under control. He continued by expanding the operations since the initial flare-up of conflict on the besieged planet approximately a week ago, stating that all measures are being taken to ensure that the disturbances on our home world are controlled, brought to an end, and thoroughly investigated. Reading from a datapad outside of Caldari Providence Directorate, headquarters in New Caldari Prime, Executor Heth initially seemed to pause and deviate from his pre-written address several times before appearing to grip the edge of his podium for support. Once composed, he reiterated that his primary concern is the safety and well-being of all Caldari service personnel and civilians in Luminaire. So his health is getting worse and worse, and their proper protection during these call-out attacks by the Gallente dissidents. Executive Heth then reiterated the reasoning of the presence of the Leviathan-class Titan. Should the unrest in Caldari Prime escalate further, the Shiguru will be moved to lower orbit position to ensure that she is in a position to strike any threat posed by the security of our home world. The next day, Caldari Prime tension reaches a boiling point. Shiguru deployed into low orbit. So, yep, a little over an hour after Provost security personnel reported their retreat. Hold on, the Caldari Navy has released a statement moments ago that confirmed the Leviathan-class Shiguru, which resides in orbit of Caldari Prime, has been deployed. The conflict flared again early this morning as a number of Caldari-owned businesses in the city of Pakuri were firebombed by a group of Gallente radicals. In response, Provost occupation forces stormed the nearby border of a Gallente district before reportedly being forced to retreat by thousands of unarmed Gallente protesters. A little over an hour after Provost security personnel reported their retreat, all contact was lost with the surface of Caldari Prime. The last log communication from any surface-side installation occurred at 11:01 EST. Within 15 minutes, Admiral Viscera Yanala moved swiftly into position to position the Shiguru into low orbit of Caldari Prime under executive order of the Caldari Providence Directorate. At this time, it is rumored that the Caldari Navy are in the process of deploying State Protectorate ground troops to establish contact after approximately 200 Sparrow-class dropships were seen departing the Shiguru within moments of her repositioning. Meanwhile, in Algagil, a flurry of activity has erupted at Federation Navy headquarters as intelligence analysts scramble to assess the situation. Federation Navy deploys sizable task force. Caldari Navy response in turn. The Federation Navy has mobilized a sizable task force in response to the repositioning of the Leviathan-class Titan Shiguru into low orbit of Caldari Prime. A hail of sinusoidal distortion caused electromagnetic interference severe enough to momentarily crash traffic control and sinusoidal jamming subsystems on board the Luminaire Stargate in Algagil, as an uncountable number of capital-class vessels departed the system approximately 30 minutes ago. In response, the Caldari Navy successfully jumped 4 Wyvern-class supercarriers across the border during the short window that the sinusoidal jamming systems were disabled in Luminaire. It is reported that the 4 vessels immediately rendezvoused with the Shiguru in orbit and Caldari Prime on arrival and are currently providing support after contact was re-established with the surface just moments ago. At this time, there is no release of information with regards to the destination of the Federation Navy Task Force. We don't have to wait long. Contact lost with Caldari Prime, massive surface offensive underway. The Federation Intelligence Office has released a statement to confirm that a massive surface offensive has begun against the Provost occupation forces of Caldari Prime. The announcement comes just moments after all communication with the surface of Caldari Prime was lost abruptly for the second time today, and the cities of Prakuri and Toville were plunged into darkness as the entire electrical grid has apparently been shut down. Since the release made by Federation Intelligence Officer Director Mentis Black, wild speculation of the identity of the organization responsible for the offensive has begun to flood various media outlets after the FIO neglected to name those responsible. At this time, there is a complete communications lockdown in place with no reported flow of information between the surface and the Caldari Navy Defense Fleet that sits in low orbit. A number of military tactics experts have indicated that the shutdown of communications have been undertaken to render the Caldari orbital fleet unable to provide orbital support without reliable coordinates. And if so, the move may be a precursor to a full-scale surface invasion of Caldari Prime. A number of explosions large enough to be seen from low orbit have been reported around the city of Pakuri, and the entire battalion of combat dropships is reported to have been dispatched to the area by the orbiting Caldari Navy support fleets. Concord vessel destroyed in by Caldari Navy in Luminaire. A Marshall-class battleship belonging to Concord was engaged and destroyed by the Caldari Navy fleet in orbit of Caldari Prime less than 10 minutes ago. General Ordo Koreyashi, the senior commander within the Directive Enforcement Department, has been dispatched from Uli to monitor the ongoing situation in Luminaire after the hostilities escalated to full-scale military conflict this afternoon. On arrival, his vessel was seen entering low orbit of Caldari Prime and deploying scanning equipment in an apparent attempt to assess the situation. The Caldari Navy responded with demands that from Admiral Yanala that the DED officer vacate orbit of the planet immediately. After no response, the Caldari Navy repeated demands and gave 5 minutes for the Concord vessel to withdraw, claiming that the DED was in violation of Caldari Navy enforcement no-fly zone. Reportedly, General Karashi then refused to withdraw, explaining that he had been dispatched as a representative of the Concord Assembly to ensure that any conflict was occurring within the boundaries of the Uli Convention. It is not known whether any further communication occurred between the two vessels, but moments later, his vessel was engaged and destroyed by the Shiguru and her support fleet. The Caldari Navy action was met with immediate response by the Directive Enforcement Department, who has declared a state of emergency in Luminaire and announced that a full-scale traffic advisory and global suspect flagging of all pilots in the Luminaire system is imminent. That's right. When this happened, every single pilot, everybody in Luminaire, every single person was given a suspect flag for the remainder of this event. Federation Navy fleet arrives in Luminaire. Caldari Navy deploys in response. A large task force of Federation Navy capital-class vessels arrive in Luminaire moments ago. The exact composition of the Gallente fleet is still unknown at this time. Caldari Navy fleet, consisting of Phoenix-class dreadnoughts and Chimera-class carriers, have made immediate contact with the Shiguru and their support fleet in low orbit of Caldari Prime, setting up a defensive perimeter around the flagship. And this, of course, is a good time to play a video that I didn't have prepared, but should have, but is... We've shown this a few times, but just to make sure that we all have the an understanding of what time frame we're talking about. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Oh.
Caldari Prime. Are you sure you're up for this?
Attacking a sovereign Caldari planet in the middle of Gallente space. My people can get the job done, but it's gonna be tight. We're gonna need some help getting through.
We're tracking significant movement of Caldari forces towards the border zone. This could be our only chance to take back Caldari Prime.
You handle the Titan. We'll take care of the rest. Overwatch, we are moving forward on District 5. Please stand by in orbit.
Fire up your engines. The blockade ends today.
I don't know where you got your intel from, but we're getting slaughtered down here. We need that strike.
It's no picnic up here either. We're working on it.
Somebody light up that HAV.
I'm through. Charlie, echo groups, keep them off me as long as you can.
Clear. Moving on to the objective. Overwatch. Planetary defenses have been knocked down.
The Leviathan is taking critical damage. Won't be long now.
All right, now that is that was Operation Highlander, the battle for Caldari Prime, which was a coordinated effort between both Capsuleers, people in EVE Online and people in Dust 514. It was a pretty big event, but where were we? So I don't want to go like. What's critical about this, though, is that, remember, Caldari Prime was a major victory point for Tybus Heth, and and he just recently placed that commander into the Shiguru. So the question is, how does this lead to the biggest mistake, the biggest tactical error that Tybus Heth ever made? Under all this pressure, he's got all these protests going on, he's got people attacking protests, he's got all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Throughout all this, now the Shiguru goes down, and in his eyes, he needs somebody to blame. He needs a scapegoat, right? Shiguru destroyed Federation Navy offensive in Luminaire still ongoing. Shiguru wreckage impacts Caldari Prime, surface situation unclear. And we have this Chronicle Falling Skies, which tells us a lot more about this story and like what it was like. But we're going to skip actually. Oh, we actually might find there's some stuff about the coordination behind it here. But again, we're not actually here for the Highlander stuff. We're here for the results of this, right? So we have definitely not going to do this whole reading today. And this also tells us, so this is the downfall of the Shiguru. The Shiguru primary reactor containment failure, second reactor online, primary mag pulse propulsion system failure. We are adrift. So on and so forth. I'm losing her. I have to offline the rest. All hands. This is the Shiguru. All hands abandon ship. Repeat. All able personnel abandon ship. So Yanala's mind spun with the realization of what would happen should the vessel be destroyed in low orbit. Feedback was still being broadcast as confirmed by the command to offline the Oblivion system and shut down the secondary reactor. She watched his command to jettison the titanium behemoth magazines was accepted, and over 20,000 Citadel torpedoes, unarmed but highly explosive, spiraled away from the stricken Titan as she fell from orbit. Her camera drones kept them in focus as they began to burn up harmlessly on entry, a trail of metallic candles falling through the crowd. So she is a hero to the last moment, and that is a critical piece to this. She then watched as a squadron of Moros-class dreadnoughts turned their weapons on her once more, over 1,000 Capsuleer vessels pounding at what remained at the once proud Caldari Navy flagship. But the important thing here the blanket was coarse and uncomfortable new skin, but she didn't seem to notice. She was transfixed by a wall of monitors on the opposite side of the recovery room. So she wakes up. Seconds later, she was watching a perfectly black sky, stars glinting like diamonds. Forward section of the Shiguru didn't roll or tumble as it came into view. She watched the remain of the vessel, wept amber tears of molten metal. Her breath, blah, blah, blah. She watched as the top half of the regional headquarters of the Nuka Corporation was toppled by the hail of falling debris, crushing thousands of streets below. Finally, she watched the trail of conflagration vanish over the horizon towards the Calicoto Peaks. Her breath was released in shaky exhalation. Her hands trembled as she gripped the edges of the blanket, clutching them together across her chest. I'm still waiting for an answer, Admiral. His appearance might have changed somewhat, but the voice of Tybus Heth, executor of the Caldari state, still played the same coarse and commanding tune it always had. Yanala inhaled slowly, tearing her moistened gaze from the next reply of the destruction of the wall opposite. I'm unsure as to exactly what you're asking, sir, she replies. Her small frame sat upright in a large medical gurney. Heth stepped forward. Two tall and well-built men wearing dark blue uniform of the Caldari Providence Directorate had been flanking him. Heth seated himself in front of her. Admiral Minella Aranin, executive officer of the Caldari Navy, moved to stand alongside him, her freckled complexion creased with concern. I'm asking why you decided to disregard and therefore disobey a direct executive order. I believe I already answered that, sir. The Shiguru was not in proper alignment for a strike. We also had a number of Caldari Navy vessels and a number of Caldari loyal Capsuleer vessels, which were too close for the safe initiation. That's right. So she was given the order to fire off the Doomsday, but she deemed it too dangerous and so opted not to. Why exactly was the 37th Squadron so closely grouped? Heth's voice had taken on an inquisitive tone. His eyes focused on Yanala's tear-soaked expression. Her gaze returned to the scene displayed. Standard formation in a contact fought at close quarters. It is imperative not to drift when in low orbit. Admiral Yanala's judgment in this instance is sound. Throughout the engagement, she followed standard operating procedure taught to all Caldari Navy capital pilots. The main issue we faced was a lack of support from Capsuleer loyalists. Telemetry shows that some of our own were fighting on Caldari forces. There are 7 instances when the order was given to fire. Fleet telemetry examined by the Caldari Providence Directory also shows that while charged, Oblivion was armed on none of those occasions. This is despite contradictory statements made over fleet comms by you, Admiral. How do you explain this? Micromanagement of a fleet engaged over 1,000 hostilities leaves room for mistakes to be made, sir. In 8 decades of piloting for the Caldari Navy, I've learned to minimize the risk of human error. Arming the weapon increases the risk of accidental deployment. Risk? Do you have any damn concept of the word? Take a look at what you've caused. Take a look at what your effort to minimize the risk has done. Caldari Prime, our home, is burning. The embers will smolder for decades due to your failure to act. Then the other officer says, Sir, silence. You will speak when addressed or asked a direct question. When I speak to you, you will know, because I will look at you. Until then, you will be silent. He turns back to Yanala. Sir, do you honestly think that unleashing the full capability of the Shiguru would have had any less effect than what you see here? She is capable of vaporizing a capital ship with a single shot. Her entire purpose was to destroy anything that posed a threat to her. Firing on the surface of our home world would have caused infinitely more damage. To suggest that you leave the theory crafting of military tactics to those of us who have served in the armed forces for over half a century. Your suggestion is noted. At the same respect, your failure has served as an example to other officers on how not to behave in live combat. I believe, and then she responds, I believe that my conduct and judgment remained exemplary throughout the engagement. However, I will face any consequences laid out for my actions. Heth folded his arms before the soft hiss of the door interrupted the conversation. A blue uniformed provost reappearing. Yanala nodded to herself. Her eyes closed briefly before she watched him approach, bearing a small tea tray. The tea maker ceremony is a tradition within the Caldari. The tea maker ceremony is a method of resolving disputes, or more likely allowing honorable words I don't say on YouTube much, for the weaker party in a dispute amongst the Caldari. In the ceremony, one party of the dispute forces the other party to drink poison tea, with the reasoning that if the other party survives, they will receive divine favor. A small puff of steam escaped the spout before the deep green colored liquid cascaded into the cup. He spoke quietly, the two provosts remaining silent, and Admiral Ernan still watching on. The paperwork has been filed for your immediate discharge from the Caldari Navy, and your cloning contract has been terminated. You know what remains to be done, Admiral. A gentle, smoky aroma permeated the air as he offered the shallow cup to Yanala. She accepted it without hesitation, cradling it in both hands. She gently breathed in the scent before speaking softly, her tone more of that of a disappointed mother chastising an unruly child than her usual display of authority. This kind of behavior will not solve your problems, and the more people you use as scapegoats to cover your own failings and bad decision-making, the further you press yourself into a corner from which there is no... Of which there is no escape. She smiled and glanced down to the cup before continuing calmly. You may feel that this is an honorable thing for me to do in order to pay for penance for defying your orders, but you are wrong. This is the honorable thing for me to do after having allowed your incompetence of command to affect my judgment. I will drink now as a punishment for allowing myself to be forced into choosing the lesser of two evils, and for tearing a burning scar across the heritage of every Caldari in order to preserve the honor of our people and the sanctity of our home world. It has experienced far too much unrest over the last half-decade under your failing leadership and crusade to take it back by force. By drinking, I retain my honor. I also make the choice to punish myself for the shame I have allowed you to bring upon the name of my family. That is the difference between the two of us. I will retain my honor. And in time, the truth will be known that I refused to fire on my homeworld after being ordered to do so at the whim of an incompetent commander who is out of his depth. For the first time in half a decade, I can see clearly now. For the time being, you may sit in the ivory tower that your provost thugs have constructed. In the end, it will be torn from beneath you by the very people you seek to subjugate in order to cling to your weakening grip on power. You may think yourself intelligent enough to be able to read the people, but you are wrong. The state's capsular loyalists are already beginning to move against the provost's policies. How long do you think it'll take before the people do the same? Are you finished? Heth's voice was a soft growl. As she lifted up the cup close to her lips, she offered a small smile before drinking. Yes, Tybeth, I am. And so are you, when our people come to realize what you have done. And this is it. With all of the efforts of Hakan, with all the efforts of Men's, this is the thing that brings down Heth. Widespread destruction hampers Caldari Prime relief efforts. Caldari Prime relief efforts continue. Ishikone requests access to devastated planet. Ishikone comes in to help out with all of this, and they become a critical character in the recovery from this conflict. Ishikone access to Caldari Prime approved. Full negotiations still ongoing. Dust to begin to clear. Full extent of Shiguru impact now clear. The full damage is seen. Heth responds to loss of Shiguru and Ishikone contact with Galente Senate. Caldari State Executive Tybus Heth makes an aggressive address this evening in response to the loss of the Leviathan-class Shiguru in Luminaire. In the statement broadcast from the front of the Caldari Providence Directorate Headquarters of New Caldari Prime, Executive Heth repeatedly mentioned the atrocities committed by both the Caldari Navy and the Caldari people by Galente Armed Forces. He went on to promise that the aggressive action of the Federation Navy will not go unchecked. The Galente have chosen to tear a burning scar through our heritage with the defacement of the Calichiota Peaks. In time, we will return this gesture with interest and ensure that the Federation is aware that we will not be so easily deterred from taking back what is rightfully ours. After starting their address with relatively controlled and calm disposition, Executor Heth became more animated by the minute and repeatedly had to pause during his statement to compose himself and regain his breath. In the closing stages of the speech, he repeatedly berated the Ishikone Corporation for their cooperation with the Galente Senate and stated that if Men's Repula truly had any idea what was best for his people, and indeed the Ishikone Corporation, he would not be openly consorting with the enemies of the state. Executor Heth then promised a full investigation of the action of both Admiral Yanala, pilot of the Shiguru, and the wing commander, Akuda, of the Caldari Navy 37th Octopus Squadron. His departure soon after was met with hushed applause, save for several jeers from the assembled crowd. Megacorporations announced plans to join Ishikone relief efforts. So all of the megacorporations, several of the megacorporations come together in order to try to help. Like, they rally behind this. So as he's trying to use this as like another wedge issue, the mega corporations are using this as a point to kind of come together to help. Caldari Prime agreement reached. Militants to depart. So they successfully negotiate the end of this conflict in the same way that Heth's securing of the of Caldari Prime gave him like legitimacy in his rise to power. So too did the fall of Caldari Prime, and more importantly, the recovery of that fall by Ishikone really helped to break any hold that Heth had over the situation. Heth responds to loss. Yeah, we already read that one. Federation Navy releases Caldari Prime details. Citizens react. So they release their own information about the whole thing. And they talk about turning it over to Mortis Legion. Once again, every time Ishikone is involved and Intaki is involved, Mortis Legion shows up. Tybus Heth angrily denounces Caldari Prime DMZ, blasts Ishikone and Suvi participation. So again, the corporations are starting to come together to like rebuild this stuff. But he is so broken at this point that this is like, he uses it as an attack point. So shortly after the Shiguru crashed, we had supposedly loyal Caldari jumping in to get in bed with the Galente. We should have taken the opportunity to rally and retake our planet and place a new shield in orbit around it. Instead, Ishikone and other members of the Chief Executive Panel allowed the Gallente to have their way and sign away our homeworld. We have retaken what is ours, and in the course of a few hours, we simply gave it away. This is unacceptable. In time, we will have wiped the Gallente insurgents off the planet and stood victorious once again, but rather than devoting their resources to reinforcing our troops, Ishikone, Tsukavesta, and their ilk instead decide to roll over and give our homeworld away. Hold on. Oh my god, I have so many more tabs. God damn it. All right, let's keep rushing. Let's keep going through it. Caldari Prime DMZ announced, so, you know, more cleanup efforts. Other things are going on during this time. One of the things that's happening, there's more violence and unrest. Actually, in Gallente space, there was a altercation. There's a conflict that ends up with Karen Midgeler being injured, and this ended up resulting in her eventual death. I just wanted to make sure that this was, like, it gets noted later. Tybus Heth attacks the Federation in the speech. This is later. So yeah, once again, we see the imperialism of Gallente in full force. They are never able to admit the error and believe their own systems are eminently superior to any others. If Foriton was lying on death's door, the Federation would not stop at mere requests. He'd be returned to their care. We've already seen what they do when they do not get what they want. If they're willing to steal a planet from our people, not once, but twice. So once again, still just using this as more opportunities to attack his enemies. These people, these are the people Ishikone and Sugavesta willingly negotiate with. These imperialists will steal and grind us down until we are nothing more than cultural slaves to them, as the Intaki, the Menar, and the Jinmei are. They will grind down the Minmatar people if they are allowed, but I will not let them do the same to the Caldari. Others may be willing to give up their ideals, but I shall not. Oh yeah, that's why. Right. All right. I have to extend this out. There's so many tabs. All right. Negahuvi visits Caldari Prime, reports significant progress. There's more cleanup over the course of April. Tybus Heth proclaims vision for a single solidified state. So once again, Heth is now still trying to consolidate his power. If we are to survive, we must have a single solidified state. The stability of the Caldari people depends on us working together, not at odds. We must preserve the cores of what makes us Caldari. We must not allow the work of foreign elements to continue to break us apart. There was a time centuries ago when the Caldari people stood free. We all knew the name of the Rada Empire. It is the source in which springs much of our great culture. We regularly invoke its name when we wish to impart legitimacy to endeavors. And yet, what does the state today have that the Rada lacked? Artificial division, broken across corporate lines. If you asked the Rada who they were, they would answer Caldari. They would not say Ishikone or Suvi or Hasioda or any other. They were Caldari. I am Caldari. You are Caldari. But there are those, just as I have named, who tell you differently. And then they sell our people to our enemy. Tell me, when did the corporation's identity become the Caldari identity? It was after the Gallente began enforcing their culture on our own. Ishikone sells our people out to the Gallente. They sold half our planet to invading conquerors. Then Sugavesta helped them, while other mega corporations who supposedly believe in the Caldari people agree with them. It is shameful and only serves to weaken the Caldari people. It is time for the Caldari people to remember what it means to be Caldari. It is not blind loyalty to a corporation. It is kinship with your fellows above all outsiders. So this is it. Like, this is his final gambit. Like, he now, with everything going on, he's trying to basically consolidate all power under him, dissolve the old way of doing like the state, and make one unified Caldari. Meanwhile, reports show that clone soldiers are highly effective. Obviously related to, but kind of a step away from what they were talking about. But this is just a report that talks about how, basically the increased usage of clone soldiers. So Tybus Heth tries to, because he calls out the Gallente for mistreating the Minmatar, especially after Karen Midgeler gets shot, or gets, injured and killed. Or, well, she's comatose at this point. So Tybus Heth offers the full swath of Caldari medical expertise and Sebester tribe in order to bring about a positive resolution to this terrible tragedy. Unlike some others, the Caldari state treats well those who might be its friend, and the Memmentari Republic and Caldari state have been at odds in the past. It is time to look beyond those differences and work together. To that end, I wish to offer the Sebester tribe full access to the best doctors and technology within the Caldari state. But the Sebester tribe refuse. We appreciate the offer by Executor Heth. However, the Sebester tribe has decided to reject it. Remember, she dies from this. So then, Tybus Heth declares plan to nationalize Megacorps. KK revealed to be in financial straits. So KK, remember there was already protests and bad stuff going on with KK even before all of this nonsense happened. Turns out KK, his main group, is in financial distress. And this is actually where the whole nationalizing the Megacorps idea came from. It's time for corporation backbiting and rivalry to come and past. Caldari unity is important. The providence of the working class is important. This biting has led to the loss of our homeworld once again. It has led to the Caldari people being fractured and at each other's throats. I cannot stand for it. That is why I shall begin the process of bringing all 7 mega corporations. Wait, 7? It's 8, right? It's the big 8. I've never heard of the big 7. Interesting. They'll provide for the people and not for the decadent CEOs. It was a move I should have made long ago. But one of it is hopefully not too late to make. Maybe he's not talking about KK? I don't know. Is unsure how Tybus Heth will enact these changes. Ishikone Corporation released a statement saying Ishikone Corporation continues operations as usual. No controlling stock interests have been transferred, and we remain united under the leadership of CEO Menz Repola. Meanwhile, reports have emerged that Calikiota Corporation, of which Tybus Heth owns a majority share, has very little operating capital on hand. The majority of its funds have gone to fund continued operation by the Caldari Providence Directorate, which has vast needs of manpower, material, and logistics, yet creates little revenue on its own. The mega corporation has apparently operated at a loss for the past 3 years, with losses spiking in recent months as Heth's policies continue to grow more and more unpopular. Yeah, all these attacks on people, all this fighting, all this stuff going around, ship being blown up, all that stuff is like been straight out of the Calikiota pocketbook. Violence against Minmatar immigrants reported in the Federation. Not everything's good. Once again, Heth denounces this is after Karen has now passed. Calikiota now has to sell Echelon Entertainment, which is like one of the main entertainment groups. We actually looked at this in a different story, but this is just further piecing together of the Calikiota dire straits, and it ends up being picked up by Nogahubi. So then, on the 11th, May 11th, we have the Caldari Navy to investigate Caldari Prime events. Conducting a joint investigation in the events surrounding the Galente assault on Caldari Prime and the crash of the Leviathan-class Titan Shiguru on the planet. The investigation, which has been conducted until now under top security protocols, is nearing completion. Neither the Navy nor the CEP has announced what specific details they're investigating, instead saying, "We are conducting a broad analysis of the entire situation from the highest level of command to the very bottom." Mortis Legion takes control over Caldari Prime, so now that's stabilized. Wreckage of Shiguru to be examined by Ishikone and Zenu. The Chief Executive Panel and Caldari Navy have announced that they're part of their continued investigation of the events surrounding the invasion of Caldari Prime. Zenu Biotech will retrieve and investigate the wreckage of the Shiguru. The largest piece of wreckage, 700 kilometers outside of Arcurio, has been mostly untouched. CP, however, says telemetry data from the flight recorder is a vital part of our ongoing investigation in the events on March 22nd. It must be recovered for it to proceed. Shiguru telemetry data vindicates Admiral Yanala. The Caldari Navy has announced that it has completed its investigation of the flight recorder recovered from the Shiguru wreckage. According to its final finding, Admiral Yanala acted with the best interests of those on the ground in the ship's final moments. The flight recorder revealed that as the ship was about to be destroyed above Caldari Prime, Admiral Yanala disabled all volatile systems on board, including the heavily damaged propulsion system, rendering them completely inert before the ship broke apart in orbit. Additionally, the Doomsday device had been taken offline several minutes before, preventing it from firing, but also preventing it from entering into an active cooldown phase. According to the Caldari Navy, quote, these acts prevented an extinction-level event from occurring on Caldari Prime. Millions of lives were saved in the short term, and billions more were saved from the after effects of radioactive fallout after the health complications from debris. The Gallente Senate has released a statement lauding Yanala for her bravery and willingness to place the lives of civilians above and beyond all else. When faced with a critical decision in a situation of high stress, Admiral Yanala made the proper choice, one that has a massive long-term repercussions for billions of individuals. And Heth made her drink the tea. Caldari Navy publicly acknowledges the efficacy of clone soldiers. That's fine. The report and change in direction has led many military experts to call into question State Executive Tibus Heth's decision to initiate the purges. One expert explained the purges indiscriminately targeted the clone soldiers. Meanwhile, you have these first-generation soldiers living peacefully in the Amar Empire without any reports of difficulties we heard from the other empires. Had Heth taken a more progressive approach to the clone soldiers, it might have spared the state numerous lost lives and interrent turmoil. Admiral Yanala lauded as a hero. The Caldari Navy says that she has saved billions of lives, says an Ishikone's factory worker. Yeah, the Titan was destroyed, but look at the circumstances. She didn't have a chance. Cut off from her reinforcements at the heart of the Federation. She was in a lose-lose situation, and her bravery saved people. I know some people might ask, why didn't she fire the Doomsday at one of the Moroses? I say, what if she had? The one Gallente ship destroyed, but would that have saved the ship? I don't think so. And the Doomsday would have stayed dangerous and caused how many people to die on the planet. She made a hefty choice, and it was the right one. But then it gets reported, Admiral Yanala's clone failed to activate. The Caldari Navy releases a report revealing Admiral Yanala's clone failed to activate following her potting during the Battle of Caldari Prime. The state reacted in shock as the Admiral was widely becoming viewed as a cultural hero following indications that she acted to preserve lives on Caldari Prime as her ship was destroyed in orbit. State Executor Tibus Heth subsequently gave a statement calling Idalia's death a tragic cloning accident. Remember, he revoked her cloning record right before forcing her to drink the tea. He went on to say, I can only presume that as she concentrated to take her final acts, she forsook her own safety and hesitated, so her capsule was caught. What happened next is still uncertain, but it only serves to make her sacrifice even greater. CP to question Executive Officer Manella Iranen under oath. Just so we can double check. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So she was there. That's the admiral that Heth brings with him in order to force Yanala. So witness to the crime, as it were. So the CEP questions this person, that admiral, to testify before them on the matter of Admiral Yanala's failed cloning. She'll testify under oath, utilizing advanced stress gauges, facial analysis, and military linguistic algorithms to appraise the factuality of her statements. And of course, what that means is 2 days later, breaking news, Yanala forced into tea maker ceremony. Caldari Navy Executive Officer Iranen testified before the Chief Executive Panel that State Executor Tibus Heth forced Admiral Yanala to partake in the tea maker ceremony after she was potted during the Battle of Caldari Prime. The story of clone malfunction was a cover-up mandated by Heth and enforced on the cloning facility by the provost. Standing before the CEP tribunal and monitoring by cutting-edge lie-detecting equipment, Ernan revealed that, quote, when it became obvious that the Shiguru was going to be destroyed and the Oblivion was not going to be fired, Executor Heth ordered that I attend him. Under Provost's escort, we entered her post-rebirth chamber. Executive Heth interrogated Admiral Yanala, then offered her a cup of Haklan tea. Admiral Yanala drank the tea and died shortly after of respiratory failure. Further interrogation revealed additional details of the encounter, including Yanala admitting to disobeying orders to fire on Caldari Prime and defiantly drinking the tea as punishment for ever following Heth in the first place. Ernan revealed that she was intimidated by the provost and unable to countermand the order. That's it. It's fucking game over, man. He's caught. He's caught lying about it. He's caught trying to force a tea maker ceremony upon a war hero. He is... Federation Senate condemns death of war hero Admiral Yanala. Vigils for Yanala turned violent soon after news of Caldari Navy Executive Officer Ernan's testimony about Yanala's death was released. Several memorial services for the war hero suddenly turned into impromptu protests as people called for answers from State Executor Tybus Heth. Several of the protests subsequently turned violent when demonstrators clashed with provost forces. So far, no deaths have been reported, though hundreds have been reported as injured. We only have one side of the story. Obviously, if it's true, it's horrible. But anyone who is rioting and participating in mob mentality, there's no proof about what she said. It's her word against the state executor. We must wait for the CEP to finish their investigation. Tybus Heth's Yanala speech cut short by riot. Speaking for the first time since Caldari Navy Executive Officer testified that he forced Yanala to undergo the tea maker ceremony, a harried Tybus Heth attempted to apologize for and defend his actions. Before he could finish, the assembled crowd broke into a riot and forced Heth off stage. Rather than broadcasting the speech from a secured location, Heth chose to speak before assembled workers for Caldari Constructions. He began by saying, "Loyal Caldari citizens, I come before you today to address the testimony delivered by the Chief Executive Panel, or to the Chief Executive Panel 2 days ago. It is with a heavy heart that I must tell you that the testimony is, while over-dramatized and colored with bias, essentially true." This goes back. If true, it's horrible. He confirms it's true. The crowd began to grow rowdy, though Heth attempted to continue to speak over them. It is with great sadness that I reveal this information to you. I acted only in the best interest of the state in making this decision. Admiral Yanala informed me that she disobeyed a direct order and allowed her ship to be destroyed by the Galente forces. She showed no remorse for her actions and was defiant in front of both myself and the Navy Executive Officer. In light of her treasonous actions, I gave her a final act to prove her honor by drinking the Haklan tea. She did so, and the Maker did not protect her, so her life was forfeit. It was only later, after the CEP and Caldari Navy investigated further, that it was revealed that the battle was a lost cause and Admiral Yanala had acted to preserve lives. I admit I acted with haste, but as a leader, I must act decisively in such situations. I regret my actions in retrospect, but viscera. At this point, the member of the crowd hurled a bottle at the stage. Provost security immediately leapt into the crowd to detain the perpetrator, but the crowd broke into a riot. He has made no statement since. My dog is barking at the door. Heth does not attend a CEP meeting. Provost leadership vanishes. So he goes missing. Aw. Hold on. You gonna come up? You wanna come up here? Come on up. Come on up. Say hi. Here she is. It's so dark right now. Hold on. It's Zoe. Once again, if you like watching her stuff, I post a lot of stuff in the Ashrothi Decanted in Discord and also on the Ashrothi Decanted YouTube channel. But we should probably wrap this up because she probably wants to go outside. I wonder if she hears something outside. All right. He doesn't attend any meetings. Federation Navy increases tripwire presence on Caldari border. Breaking news, Provost seizes Hadamo Station. Tibus Heth leading. So he attacks Hadamo Station. Forces of Provost and Templess Dragonars have seized control of the Caldari construction warehouse around Hadamo 7, Moon 3. It has been confirmed that Tibus Heth is leading the force. At present, the intentions of the force occupying the station are unconfirmed. However, workers who escaped the station has reported that Heth arrived under escort early in the morning as daily shifts were beginning and delivered a speech to the workers declaring that they would take back Caldari Prime. They then attempted to press workers into service, which resulted in resistance. At that time, the provost attacked the workers, causing a panic, though no one was sure if there was any casualties. According to the escaped workers, the group, heavily armed, has completely sailed off several decks and hangars of the station and are in possession of numerous warships. The Caldari Navy has scrambled forces to contain the situation. Siege of Hadamo continues. Provost's intentions unclear. The situation on board the siege Caldari construction warehouse in orbit of Hadamo 7 Moon 3 remains largely unchanged this evening after a tense standoff between Provost forces on board Caldari Navy vessels that surround the station docking perimeters at approximately 1800 Eve Standard Time. The Caldari Navy strike force, consisting of 5 Chimera-class carriers and 5 Phoenix-class dreadnoughts, are rumored to have briefly docked to release personnel from a number of security megacorporations in an effort to keep the situation on board under control. A 2-hour standoff then ensued between Navy and Provost forces led by State Executor Tibus Heth. Initial reports suggest that the group, which consists of Provost and members of the Templess Dragonards, have sealed off at least 3 decks of the station completely, wielding shut and reinforcing access to airlocks and all other means of ingress. Several employees of Caldari Constructions who were evacuated from the station after unrest broke out have also given unconfirmed reports that those on board may have access to up to 100 vessels, many of them capital class. In the last half hour, forces from the Caldari Navy have withdrawn to an undisclosed location, leaving specialist security personnel on board to keep the situation under control. The Chief Executive Panel has not commented on the situation at this time. 1 second. I gotta go. Jeez. Okay. We're almost done. Siege of Hadamo enters day 2. Officials have confirmed that the group who has taken control of Hadamo 7 warehouse, led by State Executor Tibus Heth, has planned on using the station as a staging area for an invasion of Caldari Prime. The Caldari Navy has issued a statement saying that the situation has now become contained as warships belonging to the security forces of all 8 megacorporations continue to stand by, while Marines and security personnel have secured the docking facilities. Non-essential personnel have largely been evacuated from the station, while a skeleton crew has been left to operate basic station services and provide docking rights to Capsuleers. The Caldari Navy has sealed off access to every other section of the station in attempts to negotiate with Heth and his group. The group, which consists of members of the Caldari Providence Directorate and Templess Dragonars, have sealed off access to at least 3 decks by welding shut access points. Aside from saying the situation is contained, the Caldari Navy has not released a statement on the matter. The Chief Executive Panel has denounced the occupation, saying Tibus Heth is acting without the authorization of the Chief Executive Panel, and any military action against Caldari Prime is completely unsanctioned. This is being treated as an act of terrorism by the constituent corporations of the Caldari state. Several members of the corporation's security forces involved in the siege has been less reluctant to talk, though they have done so on the condition of anonymity. One say, "It's crazy in there." They have the whole place on lockdown. The station's security systems are in their hands. We've managed to cut off access to a few locations, but we're still mostly working in the dark. Another added, "We have the situation well in hand. Heth and his boys are locked in tight. If they want to get out, it'll cost them." You right? Even if it takes months, they'll be eventually starved out, if nothing else. That crazy blank finally snapped. I'm just glad the station workers weren't on board with his plans. Hopefully we get to go in and take him down once and for all real soon. So there's a big funeral held for Yanala. And guess who shows up at the funeral? We have CEO Menzrepala. We have CEO Osman of Lidai. We have the CEO Hasioto. Sorry, Ishikone CEO, Menzrepala, Hasioto CEO, Osman, Lidai CEO, Ishinoya, CBD CFO, Shinagami, Wiakomi, Chief of Staff Ishakan, and former Kalakiota CEO Hadakan Oritsu. Hey, look, she shows up. The family of Admiral Yanala cremated and subsequently scattered her ashes on Kalakiota Peaks. Tybus Heth denounced by CEP to be ousted as KK CEO. So this is it. It's the end. So the Chief Executive Panel has released a statement calling Tybus Heth the leader of the terrorist insurgency against the Caldari state and has removed him from the role of state executor. The decision came after the board vote of the mega corporation CEOs, with Kalakiota abstaining as Heth, who legally remains chief executive, was not present, and 7 CEOs unanimously voted against Heth. Shortly after, the Kalakiota Corporation board announced that they'll be holding a shareholder vote in the coming days to decide on new leadership strategy. Exercising their powers under corporate law, the board has declared Tybus Heth an outlaw in Kalakiota territories and vacated the position of CEO. Following the shareholder vote, the board will begin the search and selection of process of appointing a new CEO. The Kalakiota Board of Directors have been carrying out CEO-level executive functions at the mega corporation since Heth's first disappearance from public 2 weeks ago. In the siege of Hadamo, where Tybus Heth and his insurgents have sealed himself into the Caldari construction station, still shows no signs of progress. The Caldari Navy has declared it will be taking a wait-and-see approach, as it believes thousands of Caldari construction workers may be held captive by heavily armed terrorists. Caldari Navy storms Hadamo Station, location of Heth unknown. The Caldari Navy and security forces belonging to the mega corporations blew open the sealed-off sections of the Caldari construction station around Hadamo 7's third moon, stormed the entrenched Caldari Providence Directorate and Tempest Dragonar forces, and brought an end to the 8-day siege that has gripped New Eden. The Navy, which held off attacking the station due to the presence of Caldari construction workers who were trapped in the sealed areas, made a decision to storm the building after receiving actionable intelligence that indicated the lives of the hostages, as well as many others, were in greater danger by failing to act. While a small number of remaining Heth loyalists attempted to assist the provost in escape, they were unable to assist any of the capital ships from escaping. However, in the confusion of combat, at least one ship, a Raven-class vessel belonging to the Tempest Dragonar's operative Tolin Karakachi, was able to slip out and escape. The Navy dispatched interceptors to pursue, while the main battle force docked to assist securing the station. According to reports, the Caldari Navy can neither confirm nor deny that Tybus Heth was among those killed or captured in the station. CEP dissolved state executor position and the provosts, ending the reign of Tybus Heth completely. Caldari Navy reports Heth assumed alive. The Caldari Navy completed its full sweep of the construction's warehouse station in Hadamo and has found no indication that Tybus Heth is hiding on board. Security footage recovered from the cameras showed Heth boarding one of the ships that was confirmed to have escaped the blockade on June 18th. However, it appears that Heth was injured during the storming of the station by Caldari Navy and corporate security forces. His blood matching his DNA was found at the docking ring. Officials are uncertain as to the extent of Heth's injuries, but believe he was likely to survive them. The last known location of the escaped ships was Kadama. Officials leading officials to believe that Heth is hiding somewhere in the largely unpopulated and isolated communities of Blackrise. A large-scale manhunt has already begun, though officials say Heth may potentially attempt to alter his appearance and be given shelter by supporters throughout the state. Despite his plummeting in popularity over the past several months due to the number of draconian measures that curb both corporate and workers' rights, as well as several other actions that angered the populace, a small minority of Caldari are still believed to be fervent in their support of the disgraced former executor. Kalakiota sells further echelon assets, again, just trying to make money and stabilize. And the CEP and KK calls for Heth's arrest. Heth was wanted by the Kalakiota for theft of vessels used to conduct the takeover of the Caldari construction station in Hadamo, as well as embezzlement of corporate resources used to fund the Caldari Providence Directorate. Over the course of several years, the mega corporation was forced to auction off countless assets to remain solvent following the disclosure of Heth's long-term misappropriations. The Tybus Heth, a fugitive. Caldari Constructions to nullify Heth's shares. So again, just further, like, everything's falling apart for him. And then Oriitsu appointed interim CEO in Calichiota press release. So this, for those of you who watched the thing or before, yeah, Oriitsu is CEO of Calichiota now, as it was before. So with everything she's been through, with everything that was going on, with her warnings to Heth, she is now back in charge of KK, which is an interesting one when you think about like the fact that like Hadakan in her rashness did basically get Menz's wife murdered and almost got his daughter murdered by Heth. So I wonder what happened behind the scenes there between the two. Like, obviously, it was okay for her to kind of come back and be reinstated in power. But I bet, if anything, she owes men something big. Something tells me. Also, it's worth noting that she actually does the thing that Heth did. Not Heth. What Men's did, which is that she offers to fund, has pledged 40% of her personal wealth to the corporation in order to assist in its financial recovery, as well as presented a 5-year corporate strategy to the board of directors, which is almost exactly what Men's did to stabilize Ishikone when Otogiryushi was killed, right? He used his own money in order to fund Ishikone and stabilize it, and that's what got him to become the head. Caldari Construction's share prices rise on reports of economic recovery. So good news, like with Heth gone, everything's kind of recovering. Heth's ship spotted in Blackrise in the Okanand region. The Navy has deployed further forces in the Erpikin in efforts to track Heth down, but Federal Defense Union occupation in several systems of the constellations hampered efforts. Wreckage of Heth's escort found in Avoinen. The Caldari Navy has recovered the wreckage of a fugitive fleet believed to have been escorting Tibus Heth in Avoinen early this morning. The wrecks were devoid of bodies despite numerous unused escape pods and signs of prolonged struggle and firefight. According to the Navy report, it appears that the ships were attacked with energy weapons and then boarded. What happened after that is unknown, as the ship computers were destroyed by an EM pulse, which appears to have been powerful and artificial. Numerous personal effects confirmed to be belonging to high-ranking members of the Provost have been recovered from the wreckage, including a Caldari Constructions pocket watch, reportedly prized by Tibus Heth in the wreck of a Raven Navy issue. Fresh blood samples recovered from the watch matches those of Tibus Heth. Navy officials have not yet officially speculated on the nature of the attack, nor the disposition of Heth. They have claimed the attack was not conducted by the Caldari Navy or any known associates. Caldari State's authorities continue to treat Heth as a live fugitive. Then, just to wrap things up, more stuff comes out about Operation Highlander from the Gallente side. Mega corporations deny that executives worked with the Gallente Federation in bringing about the downfall of Tibus Heth or the invasion of Caldari Prime. So yeah, there is some information. The released information claims several high-level megacorp executives have been compromised by intelligence operatives contributing to the destabilization of the Heth regime prior to the attack on Caldari Prime. The names of these executives were absent in the documents, but claims none are still considered active assets for the Federation following the downfall of Heth. It does refer to several less valuable assets that remain within the Megacorps, Caldari Navy, and State Protectorate. Citing whistleblower and freedom of information laws in decision to release this information, the scope has claimed the release of the documents is legal. Despite this, Black Eagles operatives were seen raiding several of Scope's offices throughout the Federation. So, yep, there was some news about it, but it got squashed real fast, and the CEP refutes the information. Acting Calichiota CEO Hadakan Oriitsu made her own public statement claiming the Federation was attempting to claim responsibility for events that they had no parts in. This is typical Gallente arrogance, she said. Heth's downfall and removal from power was fully the result of his own insane decisions. The Federation took advantage and rid themselves of the Titan over Caldari Prime, but aside from that, to suggest that they had widespread operatives within the megacorporations is sheer nonsense. The Senate wants to pat themselves on the back with their own very clever work, when in reality they have virtually nothing to do with it. They didn't assassinate Yanala, they didn't attempt to confiscate corporation resources, and they didn't attempt a coup against the CEP. Spoken like a person who was definitely one of the executives who was working with the Gallente. 2 more provosts slain in Tornos. There's some mop up. More provosts are killed by players. And to finish today's story, going all the way back to the beginning, in YC128.07.02, Ishikone reopens the Malkalin station, and that really kind of, in my opinion, is like the end of the cycle, right? This is the thing that started Menz's journey that we explored last time, and this is kind of like he's now taken down Heth. The broker is nowhere to be found, and he's rebuilt this station. He's in the strongest position he has ever been, but we still have a lot of questions because this is only 2014. How do we get from here to Vanguard? There's a lot of more stuff to happen between now and then, but because, like I said, like his whole thing was using cloning technology in order to take down the Heth's regime. And so now we've seen we can't really peel it apart enough to be like, oh yeah, Heth did this, or like Menz did this, Menz was part of this, Hadakon was part of this, but we know all these conspiracies are here, and we know like that this was his goals. And so based on that, we can see this and see his fingerprints all over this whole thing, especially when it comes to Mordu's Legion, possibly ties within the Gallente, especially through the Intaki, which brings all kinds of new questions when it comes to this whole syndicate mess. But yeah, that is this story. The last final piece to today's version of the story. Do we know who has Heth's body? I don't think anybody. So there is no bodies found on board, but there was fighting. There was a large EMP pulse, and there was energy weapons, and it was in Avoinen, which is that's Gallente Caldari Warzone, right? Yeah. In Black Rise. The last piece to this puzzle, because there's a couple, this is where things get a little bit frustrating. I'm not going to lie. So what happened to this Raven? What happened? It does feel kind of weird how it went from like, oh, you know, he's here and then he's escaping and then suddenly it's dead, but there's no confirmation of what exactly happened. There is this token that was added to the game. I'm going to have to search for it again. The CNS Kirasha Final Broadcast Fragment. Break CPD auth 66401 STLFR big number. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I got to check something real quick. 300-45340. Okay, so yeah, just in case there's any curiosity, hold on, let me set this up right. If we go to Zkill, oh shoot, we can't do it. If I go to Zkill and I look up the system of Avoinen, you can see that the system has an ID. That system ID is 300-45340. Which that is this number right here. So this is basically this is confirming that this is happening in the Avoinen system, because that's the FTL record. Distress unauthorized airlock access status: partial atmosphere containment failure, reactor containment failure, propulsion offline, capacitor bus bar system offline, FTL harmonization coils offline. So something happened. It seems like they got boarded by somebody who can shut down their systems and also uses energy weapons. So there has been some accusations that this was Blood Raider involvement. because those clues kind of line up with that fact, right? But the issue with that, hold on a second. Like there's nothing really in Heth's story in which he ever makes any deals with the Blood Raiders. There is, I actually think that it's a lot closer chances of being Sancha, you know, especially since we know that Sancha's Nation, you know, this is as Sancha's Nation is like doing their whole thing. Also, Sancha ends up doing, like, Sancha's Nation, Vamoksha Chorus ends up working with the Templess Dragonars years later. So I think that it's very possible that the Vamoksha Chorus or other Sancha were the people who performed this action, maybe even rescued Heth. Who knows? He might still be alive. Probably not. He was already dying. But we don't know. We don't know what happened to beyond this final message. But what really annoys me about this is we actually have another post. So there was a post on Reddit. And this is why I have problems with dark mode sometimes. So there's a post on Reddit, lore behind all of the day 4 gifts. So, you know, this record that I just showed you was from the holiday gifts from 9 years ago. And so this is them talking about it. See, CNS Kurisha final broadcast. Apparently the death of the ex-Caldari leader Tibus Heth was aboard the Kurasha. And then we see this post from CCP Falcon, who was the main community developer, community manager at the time. And he simply says, and well, CNS Kurasha, you'll find out what happened to her early next year when a chronicle is released about it. There was never a chronicle released about it. I don't know where this went. I don't know what this means. This is a big piece of the reason why I've been kind of always written off a lot of this story when it comes to understanding what's happening now, and why I always start my stories in like 2018. But the problem is that after looking at all of this, there's so much details between all these different characters that are playing their part, you know, Kalakiota and their allies, you know, Ishikone and their allies, Intaki, the Galente conspiracies behind the scenes, all that stuff there. It frustrates me to no end to know that there was some extra thing that was meant to come out, but as far as I know, it never did. But that is it for today, part 2 of the story of how we got from Dust to Vanguard. Next time, we will be looking at the Deathless and the establishment of the Vanguard. Perhaps looking at maybe I'll lose my mind trying to figure out who the Gardener is. Who knows? It'll be fun. We do have some other stuff to play into, but remember, next week we do have the Avalon project coming, so hopefully some of this will play into all of that. I hope that you guys have enjoyed today's story. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you have. But that's about it for today's show. Anybody have anything, questions, comments, concerns? There's some who thinks Heth escaped, just like some that think Jamil's alive. I mean, unfortunately, the same guy, CCP Falcon, said that Jamil is dead as a can of Spam, but Heth is much more. There's some who knows? He could be alive, but honestly, he was dying anyway. So I don't know if Heth being alive would even be that meaningful anymore. But let me know what you guys think. I've been meaning to go over this story for a long time. Now is a great time to go over it. This was the downfall of Tibus Heth, executor of the Caldari people, you know, and how, in the end, his own paranoia and his own desire to be seen as effective and powerful led him to make a mistake. In spite of all the conspiracies that were against him, it was his decision to sacrifice and scapegoat the war hero Admiral Yanala that cost him everything. But like I said, what do you guys think? Let me know down below. Next time we'll go into the next story. But all that said, I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even the context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all so much for coming. checking it out, making it through yet another almost 5-hour long stream. You guys are all heroes. Yeah, so I want to give a special shout out, of course, to my top tier supporters, including 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Morcar, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Threns, and Rid. Thank you all so much. If you want to come join us in game or just to hang out, you can come hang out on our Discord. Also, if you play Raid Shadow Legends or Pal World, we're recruiting for Raid, and we have a server set up for the 1.0 release of Pal World. Get in on that. We will be so tomorrow I should be back, and we'll be talking about other stuff. Oh, nerds and stuff. So make sure to be there if I can. I don't know, knock on wood. Next week we will of course be jumping into Avalon and everything involving that. In the meantime, get involved in your military campaigns. They're very hard to get, like, some of these tasks don't last very long anymore. So it's like, but it's almost not even worth me telling you guys what tasks are up, because by the time you see it, you need to already be on it, because some of these are finishing quickly. But all that said, I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. And until next time, I'll see you in space. What a marathon. Like the stream for the marathon. And for the guineas. And for the puppy. I'm tired.
Bring on the wrecking machine. Every city you burn, I'm gonna build high. Bring on the wrecking machine, setting your dreams of heaven on fire. Bring on the wrecking machine. Bring on the wrecking machine. Bring on the wrecking machine. Gonna ignite your every desire. Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city you burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For every city